Phew, you going from Daphne to Velma is worse than going from a beloved cartoon to a playful reimagining.
I hate it.
As we all do, because we saw Velma.
What an experience this was.
Yeah, welcome back to the podcast. And
Yeah.
First time or not, welcome.
Yeah.
Hope you enjoy this more than the show.
Yeah. Or save yourself
Right.
from the show and hope you enjoy the podcast.
Yes.
Hello.
We'll go with our names.
Yeah. I am a geeky writer. Hello, everyone. I write things and I talk about writing. That's what I do.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks.
And our socials are me.
Oh boy, okay, right at me. Well, everyone, follow us on our social media platforms. We are at Cheap Seat Critics on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, and Cheap Seat Critics Podcast over on Facebook. We're also at youtube.com/at Cheap Seat Critics as well if you want to see our little PNG tubers and our movie/show slideshow on whatever we're covering. And we also have LetterBox if you're interested in more of the averaged out math and graphs of the pod as well.
Couldn't have said it any better myself.
In fact, he did.
Velma, awesome. I did not get any facts because I did not care about this enough. I'm sorry, audience. I didn't do it.
Hold on. You have one fact. You found one fact.
All right, go for it.
One fact. Well, this is. I didn't find this out. You found this out.
What did I say?
So originally, when the show was coming out, they said that SCOOBI would not be involved.
Oh yeah.
In the show because they didn't think he fit, which I thought was fair. I think that's a fair point. But then you did some digging and found out it was actually not the case, or that wasn't necessarily the whole case.
Yeah, they were not given the rights to SCOOBI to be in the show, which is awesome.
Yeah, which is probably the best thing about this.
Yeah. So since I did
one last thing to ruin this, right?
We'll just jump to I guess our history. The Scooby-Doo franchise. I know we covered it a little bit in a previous podcast. Go see the Mystery Incorporated podcast we did.
Yeah, it's way better than this.
But we'll still cover it here for first-time viewers. Ryder.
Hello. My history with Scooby-Doo. I grew up watching like the old original cartoon. Came on like my old cartoon disc that was just a bunch of things mashed together. I remember them vaguely having a crossover with Batman at some point in their history. And I also remember some of the Ravencroft era. But the biggest thing you need to know about me is I kind of fell out of the Scooby-Doo fandom before magic was introduced. Like, magic was real and whatever they were dealing with and stuff like that. So I was still part of the whole, everything was an illusion. It's all masks and stuff like that. They're just a bunch of meddling Kims going around and unmasking people. So it was. It's been interesting to kind of slowly fall back into this world. Starting with Mystery Incorporated, I'm kind of happy I watched that because it's been a kind of a new reintroduction for me. So I've been catching up on one of the more recent cartoons, and it is bringing back some fond memories, but this show did not.
Right. I've seen, I think, at least an episode from every Scooby-Doo show, at least majority. I might have missed a couple of the smaller ones. I might not have seen any of the Guess Who Scooby-Doos, and I haven't seen the modern ones with the different art styles. Western Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated was the last one I actively watched. So pretty in-depth. Since this is the Velma show, I'll just talk about my thoughts on Velma across the other projects. She was a decent person in them. She was a smart person. She always figured out the mystery. She did have a little bit of a snark to her in certain iterations, such as the Mystery Incorporated show. In the pup named Scooby-Doo, she always came up with the answer, typing it on her computer and everything. She was smart. I'm just going to keep bringing that up. She was likable.
It was an important character trait.
Yes. Um, so all that was good. I love Scooby Doo. I had toys. I had a video game. I had a board game, and it was painful to watch my characters massacred in front of me, and I couldn't do anything about it. Sinister. I'll tell you.
Yeah. Wow, that's hard to follow. I've like I grew up with Scooby Doo. We had VHSs of the original of the straight to video movies that they did with the more realistic mysteries the monsters turned out to be real or something. And I had a DVD, the collection of a bunch of the original classic Scooby Doo's. That's what I kind of grew up with. I didn't see any of the more current ones until I think after they weren't current anymore. So I didn't see What's New Scooby Doo or that stuff until a little bit later. But I think I'm on the same page with Crimson, where I've probably seen at least one episode of every kind of version of Scooby Doo, with probably some minor exceptions. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Scooby Doo. I think a lot of people are big fans of Scooby Doo. And yeah, it was also very, very hard to kind of watch that, what I thought could be a decent reimagining, kind of just destroy, well, I won't say destroy, but at least hurt a lot of my conceptions of what I thought was really good about the show. So yeah, Sprinks.
I'll try to keep this short since I believe I gave most of my Scooby-Doo backstory of knowledge in Cheap Seat Critics episode 9 of Mystery Incorporated or season 2 episode 4. My dad grew up with a lot of Hanna-Barbera cartoons, so Scooby-Doo, the original of the 60s, was one I watched a lot. And then pretty much along the lines of Sinister, saw a lot of like variations of different shows throughout. Pup Named Scooby-Doo, Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue, What's New Scooby-Doo, like, all of that. Seen the live action ones, the good live action ones, sorry, with Matthew Lillard and that cast. And now Velma here, but also, board games, video games, whatnot. And the thing I think I wore out the most was my VHS copies of Zombie Island and Cyber Chase. But
Are you done?
yeah, I was keeping it bright.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know if you were done. Okay. All right. I guess one little bit before we hop in to the deep end of the pool here is, since we are limited on a time, we're not going to go for 24 hours here. We will probably not cover a decent amount per episode. We'll try our best, but inevitably things will be missed.
Things will slip through the cracks.
Keep that in mind if you want to bring up in the comments. You missed this, maybe we'll respond in the comments.
Yeah,
we're
gonna try to at least
post them.
Yeah, we're gonna try to touch on all the major stuff, and then hopefully a little bit of some minor things as well.
Yes, no need for scene by scene for this.
No, we are doing a popcorn structure per episode. So we're not doing a popcorn structure for the whole season, just per episode.
And I guess just a warning, try not to be too political, but who knows how discourse will transpire. I'll throw it out there. All right.
We'll get as political as the show saw fit to get political.
Yeah. So, does anyone want to start? Anyone got a strong feeling towards a start to episode 1?
I think we all do.
Yeah. So, the first 10 seconds, I was like, oh, Crimson's going to fucking hate this. And then I was 15 seconds in and went, no, I fucking hate this. That's how long it took. It was a record time, that one.
It was pretty incredible.
Okay.
I've never had a narrator just say the point of the entire story so concisely and so quickly.
Okay.
Great.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what to talk about specifically. So, Velma, as we're introduced to her, goes on gives us a bit of a narration about how this is going to be her origin story. It's going to be told her way, and in the meantime, she's also setting the groundwork for, I guess, what's the right word? Destroying our childhood characters. I guess.
I guess that's a very subtle way of putting it. Yeah, I guess.
It's not the right word, but I think that encapsulates what I felt. I think in the opening seconds here. And she in that she takes credit for putting the gang together. Calls the mystery machine a weird sex van. And yeah, it was quite a tone setter that about how much
anyone
respect
going
they're
into
gonna
this
have.
with positive thoughts definitely got a good glimpse into what they're getting into.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I can. Yeah. Yeah, I guess they did a good job of setting the tone because it kind of stays that way for like the rest of the 10 episodes. I don't know. I guess you can get, if you want to give them a positive for it, that's a pretty decent positive.
Yeah, they do what they were doing, intentionally dismantling beloved works. So skillful. Architects make things.
Surgical removal of.
There we go. That fits.
Yeah.
Sprinks, you got anything you want to bring up?
Puns, but what to start with? Let's start with the one good thing in this episode, I think. Very beginning, during the narration, there's a mask of the creeper on Velma's bookshelf. Thought that was cool.
Yeah, it's good. There's several nods to the past in this show.
Some of them were more respectful than others.
Yeah. That is true. That is true.
Well, then I'll cut to something completely bad. Fred cuts a kid's leg off.
No, that's awesome.
That is the thing that happened. Let's see. What did I specifically have to say about that?
She does not get arrested.
Yeah,
now, correct me.
I guess Fred does not get arrested.
Is the kid whose leg got cut off the one essentially you called later on the Weird Al?
Yeah, and that is Weird Al.
Yeah, and
that's
the
same kid.
Yeah. And apparently it's a running joke that he's constantly getting injured whenever he's on screen with the gang or something. It's supposed to be a running joke.
Yeah.
But he's not running anywhere with one leg. Oh.
Yeah, they also
his leg is magically fixed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it gets ripped off in another episode too.
Yeah.
Because the writers here do not care about continuity.
I mean, why would you?
It's a cartoon world. It doesn't matter.
But we have to have realistic stakes at the same time.
Oh, that's going to be a growing theme of an issue, isn't
it?
Yep.
I guess one thing I'll touch on. I like meta humor sometimes. And for whatever reason, I'm not going to say why, but the meta humor in this is not very good. Probably because it's well.
I mean, we can talk about.
I'm going to say
you could talk about why because I mean the show exists. You could talk about why it's not.
Yeah. No, I was like I'm trying to get. There's a lot to unpack in this, so my thoughts might not be very clear. Yeah. There's a little bit too much of, I'm being very, very clever right now. This is very clever what we're doing. This has never been done in a TV show before. Like looking at the camera meta, which is fine. I understand. I get it that, that just kind of comes with the meta territory. But like spending the first like 3 or 4 minutes establishing characters and just being like, whoa, isn't this just like Riverdale where, we show sex in like the first 5 minutes and then we never do it ever again in the rest of the series? Isn't that just so like, stupid or something? It's like, yeah, why are you doing it in this episode then if it's so stupid? Just because you're saying it's stupid and doing it doesn't mean you're not doing it and it's stupid. Being self-aware doesn't make it good.
Yeah. Having self-aware humor doesn't inherently make what you're doing well written. I agree with that.
Yeah.
They definitely lean hard in the meta direction through the whole show, but they come on it very strong with the opening scene.
Yeah, and
One of the opening scenes.
Yeah, to give a little, it's a shower scene, and they have all the hottest girls in Crystal Cove, or is it Coolsville?
Crystal Cove.
Okay, we said that earlier, and I totally went over my head because it's not Coolsville, it's Crystal Cove. And they're showering, and they're just like, "What do you think about the really overhyped sexual nature in like the first episode of a show, and then it's never in any other show after, or in the show after that?" And it's like, yeah, that's like ridiculous. I can't believe people do that. And it's supposed to be like, oh, I get it, because they're doing it right now, right? That's what they're doing right now. They're doing that right now.
Yeah, and then they bring up the showers in a later episode again.
Oh. So they weren't even true to their word, because they did it again.
Yeah.
They did it several times, actually.
In regards to the meta-ness of the show being detrimental to the story, air quotes, the story.
Yeah. Good, yeah.
And how conversations are made, they're unnatural. Since we're still in the shower bit, Velma bats Daphne and asks her thoughts on race swapping.
Which doesn't make any sense.
Why did she bring that up? How's that relevant to anything going on in the shower? What is the point in the character's point of view? In the audience, it's obviously a jab to certain people and blah blah blah. But
it's
in the context of the world, why did Velma say that?
It's meant to it's meant to preemptively call all criticism racist, pretty much. That's a good point. That's what they intentionally do that, because writers most of the time nowadays are approaching things like this. They want to label us a very specific way, or critics like us in a very specific way to shield their show, as if it's somehow gotcha. But saying I'm racist doesn't make me racist, now does it?
It also doesn't. They never explain why, because Velma is in there, she's wearing a hoodie and like a gas mask or something, and they never explain why she's doing that. It's supposed to be like this. The murder is in the thing or whatever, and then it's just Velma in the women's shower locker room trying to have
assaulting a student.
It's really weird. If you stop and think about it, you're like, this doesn't make any sense. But that's the problem, is that they go so fast that you can't think about it too much. So that's the first 5 minutes, by the way. That's that's just
comes out swinging.
20 more minutes left
somewhere else.
Yeah.
Spriggs, sure you got somewhere else to jump to?
Sure. Let's go to Norval saying he'll get his windbreaker and then doesn't have one, isn't shown with one, there's not one in his car, just not present, throwaway line for no reason.
You're telling me you don't say you're going to get your windbreaker and that's just like a thing you say?
That's not the problem I'm talking about here.
No, I know. I'm just saying I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah. Dumb writing. And I guess, would that fall under animators, since they're kind of in charge of the visual aspect of things?
I don't know.
That'd be an animation problem.
Well, they don't. If they're
it
not
would
told,
be a lack of communication.
Yeah,
whether it was from the writers to the animators or the animators to the writers.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not told to animate something, they're not going to animate it.
But if the line was something else originally that they just wasn't used and like change it to windbreaker.
I'll get my windbreaker.
Guess I'll jump to another situation that makes no sense in the context of the world. It's a funeral scene where they say a joke that makes no sense in context to the event present, aka a funeral.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, no one really cares about a pretty girl's funeral or the sluttiness and all that, blah blah blah. And it's why no one even thinks that either. It's a weird like gotcha statement that I feel like isn't a thing. I don't know, what would you guys think on
that? What was the thing? So you kind
Ryder,
of
did you
blah,
write
blah, blah
down
it, yeah. And
did
I
you
don't
write
really...
down what was said at the funeral?
What specifically? Like I have
The speech that the girl said about her slutty dead friend.
Oh,
She was more than a
yeah.
she was a slutty best friend. She was
Yeah, like no, I didn't write it down.
damn it.
Sorry.
But it's
I have only the song.
Yeah, they sing Pony by Genuine and a really slow ballady. It's very it's almost funny.
Doesn't Daphne also like bash Velma in front of everyone?
Yeah, she's like, yeah, she killed my best friend.
Yeah, okay. That's the part I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Which
and
makes
Velma's in a waitress outfit.
What was it called? What was it called? What was the restaurant called?
Spooners.
Spooners.
At this part, yeah.
Yeah, Spooners. Can I bring up something? This is kind of a little bit like Spooners.
Sure.
So her mom is missing, or whatever. It's a cold case or something. That's like one of the main story points that they come back to throughout the season. Just to give it a little bit, and her dad had quote unquote had an affair because she's missing. So technically, it's not. Whatever.
It's not
you can
affair.
read that
It's not affair. She left. That's in his eyes. She left them. So he didn't have an affair.
So yeah. So with the waitress who works at Spooners, who now owns Spooners, I guess at this point, I don't know.
Yes.
Doesn't really matter. But so and then she's pregnant, and like her introduction is her taking like naked like baby bump photos, and the freaking baby is like a monster, like trying to claw its way out of her stomach.
Yeah, it's funny.
I like gross stuff, but I was just like, that's just unnerving. That's not even, and it just like, it's like, wow, face scrunched up, like a vestigial twin or something. It's not even like a cute thing. I don't know. I don't know where that came. That's written somewhere. For an animator, they want this, and some guy had to do that, or some person had to do that.
Yeah, precisely. And because it's a comedy, I guess it's okay that she just went naked in front of her stepdaughter and all that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
it's still a little weird, nonetheless.
And remember how the first episode is always like the sexiest episode of a series, and then they never do it ever again?
I do remember that, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't get that this was sexy at all. That was just...
Yeah, I mean, it was... I mean, with the whole... it wasn't really, but...
yeah. I got another... I guess this is more of a character trait that we have to note. Shaggy is extremely intelligent in this universe. He's helping Velma with her math homework. It's a little weird. He also hates drugs, which is fine. Different universe, I guess. It's just something to note.
It's again the use of meta humor. Yeah, his name is Norville.
Right.
Not Shaggy. Yeah.
Let's not tarnish Shaggy here.
Well, I have to make a distinction because
VA. VM.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Voicemail.
VM.
Voice actor.
Voice. I like the guy who voices him. I think it's Prawn Funches. I like him. He's not bad.
Did a serviceable job, and I was stand out or anything.
That's his thing. Sprinkle some stuff on here, please.
Let's see.
Fred's
Looking through my notes.
introduction.
Oh, it seems no character cares about privacy.
No.
Everyone's just barging into rooms, unlocked doors, showing up at convenient timings and coincidental. It's just here with nothing to block or show a more realistic approach towards something.
Well, cartoon watchers are the most voyeuristic people in the world.
Oh, you mean the 420s?
Yeah. 420, that's just a code for adults who still watch cartoons.
Oh, I forgot.
They said to their entire audience.
Yeah, I think
Don't
you
care
brought
about
up.
the audience.
I think you brought up Sinister that Velma has this whole history about not wanting to solve mysteries because her mom's missing.
I didn't touch on that part, but yeah.
Okay. Anyways, I'll touch on it now. So they do the Last Jedi thing where it's just a perspective change in different flashbacks. So like Velma has loving memories of her mom and mysteries, and then in this same episode it does a 180 after she talks to her dad about it and realizes her mom might actually hate them. And they do it in such a like lazy manner. I was just annoyed.
Well, it would actually be like, because that was a moment that I kind of liked. Like I liked the idea of, but they go so far to make it so over the top, like worse than how she remembers it, that it doesn't have the same like
Popped out her mom's eye.
Yeah, several times.
They also have to make us care about the characters for this to have impact.
Yeah,
and I don't think they did that at all.
No,
never.
But I do like the idea of it. But yeah, it's not executed in a way properly where you can actually get that gets me right here in the my feels. The other I piggybacking off of that, give a little bit of a good nod. I like the animation, and I like the idea of like the hallucinations. With the anxiety part, or I think as it goes on, they kind of ruin that a little bit, but I like the inception of it. I think that's a good, and I think that's honestly, I will say, when it was announced that they were doing a Velma show, before I knew anything about who was a part of it or whatever, I thought it would be really cool if they kind of took a more, and especially when it was going to be like an adult cartoon. I knew it was going to be a comedy, but still, taking kind of that realistic approach that I think we all really liked about Mystery Inc. Not the animated one, the fan made one. Taking a more realistic approach, and I like the inclusion of the hallucinations.
All right, I'll bring up Fred's introduction.
Yes, this is very important.
I have a disease where I can't recognize people who aren't hot.
It's called rudeness. Oh yeah.
They managed to make him racist, bigoted, and stupid all within like 10 seconds. So, a good job on frontlining all your character traits.
Yeah.
But why?
It's so annoying.
It's so
set
horrible.
the land speed record.
Fred and all those other things, he's the leader. He's the trap guy. He's not usually like the smart one or anything, but
this Fred is not capable
he's
of making
competent.
any traps. Yeah.
This guy is an idiot. There's no positive attributes to this guy at all.
I mean,
even when he turns a new page in his life after reading a certain book, we'll get to it in a different episode. He's still terrible. So I don't know.
It's
It's a
very
completely
interesting.
different character
Yeah.
who just has Fred's name and similar clothes.
I think they kind of, and I don't know, I don't want to say like foolishly or whatever, but they kind of, it's weird they go out of their way to pretty much, at least in the eyes of the characters in the show, make him pretty irredeemable from like the outset for the kind of character arc that he has eventually. It's very odd. It's a very odd choice.
Yeah. It's kind of strange. Like I think I obviously if they weren't using the Scooby Doo brand at all, and these were completely different
that's right,
characters
yeah.
and they weren't using
Mhm.
their names, I don't think I
Mhm.
would like this show anyway. But it feels, but it's weird in that like because it's using the Scooby Doo brand and they have taken the names like Velma, Daphne, and stuff like that, that they just like we now have to compare them to the original characters,
Mhm.
and they did themselves no favors with that.
No. I think we talked about it a little bit because me, Crimson, and Sprinks, we watched it together and we kind of agreed that, you know, they really could have done this without having any Scooby-Doo licensing. Like, it doesn't, because it's so far removed from any of that lore that it's unnecessary. It's actually I think it's actually a hindrance to a lot of the show for it to be related at all. And take that as you will. I take that as either a positive or a negative. I don't know, but it almost feels like it doesn't. It needs to not be Scooby-Doo related at all in order to at least be somewhat manageable. I don't know.
Well, Ryder and I have some history with Riverdale, and a part of me thinks this could be done same way, but with the Archie cast, since they don't have an additional dog that has to be written out of a show.
So you're saying this was like a Riverdale ripoff?
I'm saying it could. I think it also could be done with Riverdale, as Archie being the Fred place, Betty, Velma, Veronica being Daphne, and Jughead is Norval.
As an example, that would work. I mean, it's they don't really do much with their own licensing other than just trying to burn our original characters. Yeah,
or just making a reference or something. Which I guess you could in the end say like, well, the point of like a reimagining is well, they should be far removed from the characters, but it's like you also got to fess up to the fact that you're gonna have some issues when people are like, "Hey, I like this thing," and you're ruining it or something, or
You still have to pay respect to it
exactly.
Like, and like obviously that doesn't factor into my objective rating because I have to objectively break down everything as they stand on by themselves. But that heavily factors into my subjective rating because this is you chosen the Scooby-Doo license, therefore I have stuff to compare it to for personal reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So
I want to touch on something.
Go ahead.
Just this is like a plot point. Velma and Daphne used to be best friends up until Velma's mom disappeared, and that's a constant little thing going forward. Yeah.
And
during that interrogation, the cops pulled a gun on her.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you had an issue with the cops. Crimson.
So did I.
No, okay. Well, you both can go. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're just so incompetent and just not realistic. You don't pull a gun at anybody in interrogation. You're fired or suspended at the very least. Suspended.
Yeah.
Definitely, probably going to have some problems. They have a high schooler try to solve this case instead of themselves because they admit they're that bad of cops that they can't do it.
And that's not going to stay consistent either. So bear that in mind.
So we're still on the cops. I'll jump to when they shoot Fred in the knees in his own place without a warrant of entry. Their reasoning
should have been like thighs.
Should have been the thighs.
Mm-hmm. It should have been the legs.
There you go.
With no de-escalation of the situation, shoot on sight. They have no reason to be inside the premises. Their thought was they saw a package thief, which I still don't think they're allowed to enter the premises based off that.
No.
I'm
The
not
only
con-
the only thing that works for them in their favor in this scene is that they could potentially see Fred. They could see him reaching for a weapon, though. This is going to go into
Yeah.
much different commentary about police that I'm going to avoid.
Or
But that's
or
that.
they could have. Yeah.
But
I know
that's
you
more like common. The problem is they just. You're right. It's just no chances are given. They don't yell at him to stop reaching for whatever he's going for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only other thing
Well,
they
that's
could have gone in there for would have been like if they heard like screaming or some form of help or.
Well,
And
they
they
said
could.
they came in because of they thought there was a.
No, I
torch
know.
fire.
I'm just actually
Torch
giving
thief.
like and then they would have had to have yelled protective sweep in that situation as well. So
Yeah. So
know your legalese, everybody.
yeah. So Fred is blamed for the murder, and his big secret in this is revealed that hasn't gone through puberty yet.
Yep.
He has this tiny dick.
Yeah, and I guess I'm trying to say this without cringing while I talk.
He's sucking on a lemon over here, everybody.
Pretty much.
Come on.
Yeah, it's just bad. Like Velma just blames him instantly. Like, why wouldn't you kill someone? You're just rich and white kind of thing. Of course you'd kill people for puberty. Or was she talking to Norville? She might have said that to Norville.
Doesn't really
It's
matter
still
either
bad.
way.
It's still bad.
Yeah.
And the way she figured it out that it was Fred was because he was at Spooner's at the same time that whoever's camera, I forgot whose camera it was.
Norville's.
Norville's camera would have taken a picture of him there. So that means he's guilty.
Yeah. Well, and even that, she thought it was her stepmom before that, because why else would anybody want to go to a restaurant if there wasn't something going on there that was illegal?
Yeah.
Like drugs. Yeah, so she wasn't even right. It's the first episode, and she's been wrong about the mystery like 2 or 3 times.
It's good to have your character get stuff wrong.
Yeah.
It's the way she gets to her solution is just
super contrived.
ridiculous.
Like Leaps doesn't even cover it. It's like just like bounds.
It's really, really contrived, and that's pretty consistent throughout the rest of the show as well.
Yeah, she Hulk hops to conclusions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Any other points on the episode 1 before we hop to 2?
Oh, yeah. Fred saved Velma's life earlier in the show, and she gets angry at him for doing it.
Mm-hmm.
This is
She
true.
also has a crush on him.
Yeah. Norval confessed to Velma, and she takes this as a joke and comes out of her hallucinations. And she finds a body in a trash can for body number 2.
Yeah, the first body was in the locker room when they were doing the shower scene.
Yeah.
The 2 cops who interrogate her are Daphne's adoptive moms.
Yeah, those are all the main plot points. But I don't, in terms of criticism, I don't think I have anything. Most of it would just be more commentary of just how bad the jokes are.
Most of this stuff is
the
just going to be
comments can
constant.
question us
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
We missed stuff. Sprinks, did you have anything else before we move on?
The
Any
last thing I'll
references or something?
touch on is the fact that Velma does have hallucinations of anything to do with solving mysteries or towards her mom. And for me, this was something that could be used as why Velma does things the way she does if her mind isn't fully intact. If she has a broken thought process and is mentally ill or unstable. And I figured this would be a good way to explain why she does the things she does, or says things that seem dumb towards what she thinks is smart. But later down the line, we realize, no, there is no... The response of why does not cover up.
She's just mentally ill and unstable. That's just
at the
full
start
stop.
of this. At the start, before it's shown, I thought that could be something that could be, so it wasn't as dire to me or as big as to when it's revealed as to why.
and since it was brought up just before we move on, I will also say that Velma is traditionally white, and so is Daphne. I don't have any issue with them being race swapped. It's just a comment that we have to make because they chose to do that, and I don't think any of us here would care all that much if they were really extremely well written characters. And so is Norval. Norval is race swapped too.
Yeah.
But it just needs to be. It just needed to be said in the sense of like, they chose to do it. I don't have any issues with the race swap specifically.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything intrinsically.
The only thing that's utilized that it technically is utilized for is just to give Velma a leg to stand on when she's talking down to other people.
I think the only literally the only person who gets made fun of for their race in this is Velma, and I guess Fred. But Fred, but that's he only gets made fun of by like Velma, so it's like once. Anyways, so yeah, like Velma and Fred. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's all I have to say on that. So
I have stuff to say, but I won't. Episode 2.
Good idea.
All right.
What's the title of episode 2?
I didn't remember. Write it down.
You didn't remember. Okay.
I don't care. So, Spranks, you can start.
Daphne's moms are able to teleport. They're everywhere.
And nowhere.
I didn't, do the math or science behind it if it's physically possible for them to get where they need to be within the time limits that are shown. But it does seem that they're conveniently just occur wherever they need to be, or actually don't need to be, just to be there as either joke or some small tried to plot device.
I have no understanding of the geography of Crystal Cove, so
it's okay.
I can't help you there. Like I wouldn't be able to begin to figure out. So I would just agree with you. Yeah, they probably just teleported everywhere.
Yeah, the answer that you don't want, but is the case. It's a cartoon.
Yeah,
but that's not a good answer.
No, pretty much.
Yeah.
I guess a compliment I can throw at the show. I know, crazy, and it's very minuscule. Is at the start of every episode, the corkboard recap of the previous episodes. I like the idea of it. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, so do I.
It's an interesting way to do a recap.
I like that every time she turned away from the board, she just had like a I don't give a shit face.
Yeah. I think Fudo Pie did it better. Just gonna say it.
You know.
See, Crimson, the corkboard idea is creative, but there are some instances where what is shown in the recap before the episode starts has nothing to do with the current episode.
VM.
Yeah, that's true.
VM.
How many recaps did they put that joke in? Nothing.
Was that the just callback? Like, hey, Norval's going to be in this episode.
Norval's an idiot. Here you go. I don't know.
We had a conversation about whether they wrote things specifically for the corkboard or not, because sometimes something would sound kind of weird, but then it would make sense when it was shown on the corkboard. But outside of it, it doesn't work so well. And we didn't get a definitive answer on that, but some things definitely feel like they're made to be purposely over-explaining for the callback at the opening corkboard scene.
Oh, yeah, the writers have no confidence in its audience for understanding things. They have to spell out everything that they say.
You guessed the ending of this in the first 2 episodes.
I did. And I didn't get the motive or anything, but I got it figured out pretty quick just because how superficial this show is.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I'll jump to Velma is now a dealer with Daphne.
It's really cool.
Yeah, awesome. But I'll just point out how dumb she is. Velma, once again, she's supposed to be smart, but she's running around saying, drugs, get your drugs. I've got drugs if you need it, blah, blah, blah. What are you doing?
It's really
Why-
bad.
It's not even like a normal person thing. She's just flat out stupid. I don't understand why they went this route. Even with the character traits of her being snarky and stuff, which she has like a snarky face when she does it, but it still equates to being stupid. And when she goes to those like hippie kids, and what did they say?
What
to
does
her?
she
I don't
sell?
remember what she said, white girl with too much money. I don't remember what the other girls said first.
She was like,
the prop
narc.
said,
Narc.
Yes, that's what it was. The whole drug dealing thing was terrible. Yeah, I guess Daphne's explanation is okay-ish. She needs to raise money to get a PI. So I guess that's something, but I still think it's terrible that Daphne's a drug dealer in this.
Yeah.
Especially since she's a popular kid, she could probably just get money from other students if she wanted.
There's an angle that they can work with this. I don't have an issue with her being a drug dealer. I just wished it was contextualized more because we have not much to base it on. Like everything else in the show.
I'm remembering all this. It's making me mad.
yeah, I wonder why.
They want to be like a comedy, but they also want to be freaking Riverdale at the same time. Which, to be fair, is a little bit of a comedy because it's hyper like elevated fantasy or realism or whatever, to the point where it's just a cartoon but with real people, right? I mean, that's like
it is now.
They want to have like these, they want to have these moments of like, dude, kids sell drugs in school, you know. Kids are selling drugs in school, and then you have freaking, but then it's like Velma is just going like, overpaid white girl, you know what? I don't just what. It just doesn't fit. It doesn't work. You can't have both.
Yeah,
you can do one or you can do the other. You can't do both.
Frank, so I would like to hear your thoughts on the drug dealer stuff, either through Velma or Daphne, I guess.
Either end.
God, I think Daphne has a sense of thinking she's safe because her parents, her moms are the cops, so she has more leniency to get away with it. But Velma's just being dumb Velma, and it's a weird kind of bond of like, hey, I'm a bumbling idiot, teach me, as like a master and apprentice kind of thing. But the way it's handled, especially through drug use, and I mean just the stupid Crystal Cove residents, it's an accurate way for this show to show an attempt at a bonding between two old friends who died out, but there's just not much given as to much of a reason why Velma would, or at least go with this as a first option without looking at other options that could occur.
Well, she
especially
also doesn't,
since the first episode of how Daphne and Velma have interacted.
Also,
she also
Velma
doesn't get
is doing
better.
this. Oh, sorry.
Well, no, she also doesn't
Velma's
get
doing
better
this to
at
get
selling
money
drugs,
to then pay Daphne for her files, right?
Yeah.
$500 for that. And we know that Velma's stepmom or whatever, dad's girlfriend, what have you, Sophie, is the owner of a business who could have given her a job, which she already did, and she quit. So it's nonsense that instead of going for the job she doesn't want but could get the money, to dealing drugs is dumb.
Yeah, and to kind of characterize Velma here a little bit more, when she goes to complain to Norville that she needs money, she's actually looking around their house to steal stuff until she runs into the detectives that are there.
God, that irritated me so much.
It's such a minor thing, and I was
she was going to steal from a friend.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, yeah.
Air quotes friend.
A friend with benefits, yeah.
Yeah. Velma's just not a good person in this show.
No.
Oh, really? You think so? I don't know. That doesn't track. She's a minority, so impossible, invalid.
And then this scene ends pretty much with Norville getting inspired to go on a dumb quest of his own.
Oh yeah.
He's got to go sell a sword and
stuff
then a kidney. Yeah.
It's so stupid. So stupid. It goes nowhere.
Bounty
It
for
means
$500
nothing.
for this man. Interesting amount. But I don't know how accurate that is for wanted people.
I don't know. It depends.
Seems low, but I don't know.
It would depend on the person or the crime, I guess.
Shout out to Carrie Walgren for being the only thing I liked in this show. She's just a voice actress who did a bunch of side things in this show. She did the Jones Gentleman's Accessory commercial, and she was the reporter lady.
Well, I like that lady.
Well, they also have Jane Lynch and Wanda Sykes as Daphne's moms.
I do like Jane Lynch. And I do like Wanda Sykes. I don't like their characters in this, though.
No.
I liked how they liked air quotes. How they kept mispronouncing Velma's name each time the news brought her up.
Dorkley. They said Dorkley. Vermin Dorkley.
Vermin Dinkley or whatever. Yeah.
They really did Squidward tent poles. Squidward tent poles, tennis balls, tortellini.
Tennis balls.
We have to remember also that Norval's a streamer. Though this is not relevant beyond this episode.
I hate that in everything.
Everything?
I don't like that a lot of stuff are introducing social media stuff.
But it's so applicable to this.
I know it's a subjective thing, but it bugs me nonetheless.
But don't you like that his whole streaming thing is munchies?
Yeah, and he barely eats in this show, and he's supposed to be Shaggy.
He's Norval. Yeah, he's Norval.
He's not Norval.
He's being paraded around in Shaggy's corpse. That's what it is.
Something I will say I like that was never shown in the show that I do like is the fact that Normal never eats any type of meat, which is a nice touch, being that he's vegetarian.
Okay, there you go. Details.
Sinister, there was something in that streaming scene that caught your eye.
Yeah. I don't remember they had a number at the end, but one of the people watching the stream was named Scrappy, like 67 or 79 or something. So reference to Scrappy Doo.
What I would prefer to the show. Puppy power.
Yeah. What else? The other thing I wanna. Yeah, you go. You go.
If you got an idea, go on.
No. I got to reconnect my thoughts.
All right, I'll go. So Velma's dad, whose name I didn't write down, has taken up Fred's case, and Velma didn't like that very much. I think I'm leaning towards the dad's side because it's just positives for him if he was to win, anyways. So I'm trying to think as a lawyer.
And Velma made an awful lot of assumptions, so...
Yes, lot of circumstantial evidence. Downside being Fred kind of did admit his guilt a little bit. So, interesting take by the dad. Velma's terrible as always. Writer, you haven't brought up a point in a while.
Sure.
Would you like one?
Yeah, let me go through here.
I
found one, but then it went away. So.
I got one.
And then you go.
Okay.
And then I go. Then you go. This is something that'll keep popping up, but it's kind of first really apparent in this episode, I think, for the most part. They want Crystal Cove High School to be both parts inner city school and like an academy. Okay, leave that silence in there, please. Just put that in there. No, let's leave it in there.
I'm trying to see where you're going with this.
So it's both really poor and like just in disrepair, but it has a freaking giant gymnasium. It has archery. It's got some of the richest people who go to school there and that are in Crystal Cove. It doesn't.
It's simultaneously a ghetto
Yes, that's what I mean.
school,
Yeah,
it's simultaneously a ghetto school while also being something like Shuchin Academy. It doesn't make any fucking
that's
sense.
yeah. That's what I was. Yeah, that's what I meant by inner city. I was being polite by saying inner city school. So it doesn't make. It's like, okay, have it just be regular. You don't need. Again, it's like making it seem like it only okay. It's lazy writing because it's one thing when they need it to be one thing, and then it's another thing when they need it to be another thing. They don't want to have it just be like this thing, and you have to work within this thing, which is a problem because it makes no fucking sense.
Yep.
There you go.
There we go. All right.
Yeah. I actually found some. I think there's one detail that I liked in this show.
Oh my god.
In this episode. This is one I wrote down. I like that Velma swears in at the court, not on the Bible. She swears in on something else.
I think it's a. What is it?
It looked like an iPad.
It wasn't an iPad.
It was a different book.
It was a different book.
I
I think it's
I
think it's a nice touch that she does that.
Yeah.
Because you can swear in however you want. My favorite,
Yeah.
one of my favorite things is someone a senator swore on Captain America's shield, and I like that. I am more amused by that.
I think it was a. For whatever reason, I want to say it was Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand, but that seems way too specific for it to be real.
Yeah, probably. I guess. What do we think of Velma's dad trying to play up the fact that Fred is stupid and childish to get him to be?
I liked it. I liked it because it's
the concept of it. Yeah,
the actual execution of it, not
the concept, I think, is okay. Him actually being a dawdling little baby idiot thing, whatever, just
horrifying.
Nonsense.
Yeah,
Simply to just be reversed into a Hitler joke.
yes.
Yeah,
yeah. And I just feel
That's
bad.
really
I just feel
Come
bad
on.
for Carrie Walgren, who had to voice the fucking reporter in this scene.
She got paid.
Exactly, but you know.
Another example of the writers spelling things out. Like, okay, we get it, he's Hitler, and then a guy on his phone's like, "Oh my God, it's Hitler!" Not that we say that a lot to everything already, something along those lines. We got the joke. You don't need to add to it.
But how would I know?
That's a great counter.
I don't understand. Maybe I don't understand. You gotta spell it out for me.
I mean, we do. I mean, there's a lot of like, it's enough time.
Hand-holding.
Enough time has passed. There's a lot of World War II jokes that we make these days.
Yeah.
But I agree. It's kind of annoying.
I don't know, because everybody jumps. I don't know. Stalin was also like a terrible piece of shit. Why don't we talk about Stalin more? I'm not saying Hitler wasn't a piece of shit, by the way. He was, but maybe we give somebody else a little bit of a pedestal time for the worst person in the world.
Velma. Let's talk about Velma then.
No.
I will jump to kind of past the archery bit a little bit, where they're escaping on a rolling backpack down a street.
Oh God, was this episode?
Which I'll give it because it's a cartoon.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is this. But the freaking cops hit a baby.
Yes,
The competent mothers hit a baby.
And then they offer the
this.
baby drugs.
It's just so bad.
No, don't they offer it a sheet cake? No, it's a sheet cake.
Yeah, so sheet cake indicating like brownies.
Oh yeah, I think the last
No.
episode
Marijuana
just,
drugs.
just
No,
vanished
no,
in the
that's
scene.
not. That's not at all what. No, it's the one time I'll say you're reading too far into it. That's not at all what it is.
I don't remember it to say.
Oh, that's clearly what I picked up because they talked about a sheet cake earlier in the form of
No,
drugs. So
they
we're bringing
said-
it up again, and this time I thought it was the same as in the drug
No.
reference they used before.
There's a kid who's all drugged out, and I'm gonna guess marijuana or whatever. And so they were eating an entire sheet cake because they had the munchies. So then they wanted to go get a sheet cake. So it was an actual sheet cake. That's how I'm going to read it. I think that's accurate. But if you want to go the other way, that's also okay. But I don't think it was drugs.
I don't remember it enough to state either way. I'm just caught up on the baby
again,
thing.
I'll give you this. That it's believable for how bad they are. So I can't say you're not wrong. I can't say you're not right. Sorry.
And I'll bring up how Velma's dad wants drugs, and they meet up.
How
Awesome.
convenient.
Where's a beanie? Yeah, after his
Yes,
failed
very
court case. Yeah.
convenient.
Beanies are for television actors who want to know that their roots are still in theater.
Yeah. Funny. Meta humor.
It's,
Also that they're balding. Yeah.
It's not good. And he gives her the $500. This was all easily fixed. She didn't even bother. Especially with why she wants the money. I don't know why she wouldn't go to the dad. I think she might have brought up why before, but I don't recall.
well,
Because of like the paying
dad,
for the baby. Yeah.
No. The dad says he would pay her the money if he helped him prove Fred was innocent.
Hmm.
Well, that was his condition. I meant why she didn't go to him in the first place.
Yeah. I can't remember what she said. It was if she said something.
I don't think there was anything said. The show's just
I don't know.
Show's done.
And also, that's another thing. He's both like at times like just giving away money and then like really hurting for money. It just depends on the episode whether like they're really poor or they're like well off. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I mean, is she married to the dad, the Spooner's girl, or is she?
I don't think so. I think she's
girlfriend.
They don't say for sure or not. I'm guessing they're probably not married.
Okay, but they got a kid together.
They have a kid together.
Yeah.
All right.
They've been together for at least a year, so.
All right. But yeah, she owns a business, so I'm sure they got some money.
Well, and he's
especially
a lawyer.
with seeing how busy it is. And Andy's a lawyer, so
yeah,
money shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Yeah, you have a baby on the way though.
Yeah, Sprinks, you got something else? Probably your last point for the episode.
My last point. Oh boy. Well, a little niche, a little small thing is Norval's mom has been identified as the principal in this episode.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll go with the fact that Velma signs her graffiti work with legible writing of her name.
It could be any Velma.
She's a very intelligent character, obviously.
Yes. It was either between bringing that up or the dead goldfish in her drawer that I didn't understand, but...
The dead goldfish?
She's a psychopath. I don't know.
I don't remember that part.
At the very beginning, when she's going through her desk, there's a bagged goldfish in the drawer.
Oh.
I guess one last point. We got to talk about the courtroom scene.
Yes, we do.
Mm-hmm. Feels like a straight out of She-Hulk, only it's in Velma.
He can't even cut a steak. He's too stupid and privileged to not know how to cut steak, so he obviously can't cut someone's head.
Cutsies.
How old is he? They're in what's supposed to be high school, right?
He's like 16, 17.
Bullshit.
He's too privileged.
7.
That was the reason.
I have to. Okay,
it's not even that he's stupid. It's because he's privileged.
That is a thing. They're not like 16, 17 years old though. But I know from experience, some like really uber rich people they don't cut their own food. But that's by 16, 17, they know how to do it. That's just
Well, there's a difference between not doing it and not knowing how to do it.
Well, yeah,
it's because they don't cut their own food doesn't mean they don't know how to cut things. That's stupid.
Well, yeah, obviously. I'm just giving a little bit of some real life stuff.
And then to double down on Fred's stupidity, he's like, "Well, I could have killed him if I wanted to."
And he flips out.
I will say, they actually animated him really scarily.
The animators did a good job.
Yeah, that's the recurring plus I always give to the show. The animators did a solid job.
Fred's father was happy that he grew a pair, even though it incriminated himself.
This is the part where I learned by listening that this is the original voice actor of Fred, playing Fred's dad in the show. It was just sad.
I'm so sorry.
That's
the first
why
time he
his voice
hasn't.
was familiar.
I told you that's who it was.
You said his name. I don't know the voice
I
actor's
told you
name.
his name, and I said he did Scooby and Fred.
Oh, well, I blocked it out.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you, right? You would hope they would go get better
Which
gigs.
here's another fact buried in here. This is the first time he has not done Fred in an incarnation of Scooby ever.
Did he do Pup Named Scooby-Doo?
Well, okay, besides a puppet named Scooby-Doo where it's a kid, but yes. So this is the first time he's done a grown-up Fred that's not been voiced by him, or that is not voiced by him, or live action.
Yeah,
That's fair.
Are we good to move on to episode 3?
Yeah.
Last point.
Oh, wait.
I got one last point, which is
Yes.
Daphne, out of the good of her heart, decides to give Velma the file because she doesn't get the money. I don't think Velma gets the money, right?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, I didn't remember that specific detail because why would I? And she tries to open it, gets hallucinations. So Daphne kisses Velma to pull her out of her hallucinations. So we are on the Daphne Velma train for the rest of this show.
With a few stops
Marvel
over
was
and
watching.
Also, a little thing to point out that this episode also showed that pretty much everyone knows Velma has hallucinations. It's not a secret.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone close to her, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to touch it. All right, episode 3. Because time's been an issue here. So,
yeah.
All right, episode 3. Is Peppermint Patty not famous?
You brought this up before. Don't know what to say.
Because Velma said it's either for famous people or Peppermint Patty. Putting Peppermint Patty aside from, unless famous people is in like actual real life people, but I just questioned if Peppermint Patty isn't famous.
I think the thing they're going at, and this is what I said at the time, was what they're going for is that people usually don't remember whether Peppermint Patty was a girl or whether she's a boy, and then going double into it that it's she's kind of like, at the time was like one of the few actual tomboys in like a mainstream media, which was Peanuts, and so her sexuality is usually questioned in some regard of whether she's she's straight or she's a lesbian, and I think enough people know who Peppermint Patty is. So all that put together, you reference Peppermint Patty.
All right, still
a little
weird.
bit. I mean, it's a weird reference. I'm not going to say it's not a weird reference, but it makes sense. Yeah. It's not like a big jump.
Also, not, I guess, just a throw in because Peanuts isn't a Hanna-Barbera production. If it was the name of a Hanna-Barbera character, I think it would have been a little more like thrown in Easter egg. Like they've done with Scrappy before so far we've covered.
Like Inch Eye, Private Eye. Yeah.
That's later on, but yes.
Actually, no, I think that's in this episode.
Is that in this episode?
I think so. Yeah, whatever.
Okay. We get a mental health assembly with Norville's father. That didn't go very well.
Your dad is the lowest form of therapist because he is a high school guidance counselor. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't know how people like you, Velma. I still don't know how you have quote-unquote friends.
I don't know how she has love interest.
What a banner.
Yep.
Velma has 3 people that want her.
Well,
that's insane.
Yeah.
Eventually, Fred.
I'm convinced Velma's a self-insert.
Come on, man.
100%. There's even a joke.
This is her story.
Yeah, I'm aware.
True, but you know what? Yeah, we can tag that into like why so many people are like into her, because obviously you're writing your own story, you would make people be into you even if they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
at least that's what Mindy would do, I guess.
Whoa, it's not Mindy, it's Velma.
No.
Is Mindy the writer?
Mindy Kaling,
the writer.
Is a co-writer. I don't remember the other writer.
I think it's Charles Grandy.
Still,
she was also
it doesn't change my
producer.
opinion. It doesn't change my opinion. They're both shit.
Okay.
Yeah, not great. But yeah, self-help, mental health, self-help. Awesome. Mental health assembly. the dad gets trashed on by everybody. Kind of amusing, at the bare minimum, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm really there for the other assembly with the self-defense class, because that's awesome.
The first prize is a gun.
That's a good
Well,
idea.
it was
Velma.
originally a scholarship, but who needs that? Let's let's put it as a gun.
Yeah.
The rules of this match are not kept up. I don't know if you.
Crimson, you want to talk about the circle?
Yeah.
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 There's several times during the fights where circle, because to get out you have to be thrown out of the ring, isn't in there when they lose. I think it was the big girl that she fights, the beefy one.
Yeah, the Velma fight. Yeah,
where she gets tossed over, and in the close-up there's no ring, and then they do a wide shot and there's still no ring, and then they do a different shot and the ring's there. It's so inconsistent and sloppy. So I guess that is an animation problem on that one. I'm gonna have to hit the animation department.
I think it would definitely be a far bigger problem if they use the ring as a elimination scene to actually show, like someone's like feet stepping over the line and then being eliminated to indicate that it's actually purposeful. I think it would made it way worse. But
yeah, I mean,
if the ring was arbitrary, it didn't mean anything, I wouldn't find an issue. But it's a rule that if you're outside the ring, you lose. So it's a problem that it doesn't.
The closest thing I can give to like some sort of a, like, it's not like it's a hard, or it wasn't entirely the animator's fault, or well, I mean, it's still the animator's fault. Like, not, it makes sense, because if you're using a lot of space, they wouldn't, it's harder to animate in a small space than like if you give them a wide space, but still, they're not good. There's a happy medium there that they could have done. I think, whether they're just getting rid of the ring for the sake of spatial awareness.
I could talk a lot about this self-defense class, but that would be mostly me. So is there anyone else that would want to bring something else for this part in particular, so I don't have to?
The gym.
Made the best face I've ever seen.
Not for the wrestling part. I have something directly after and something before, but not during.
Okay. Well, if no one's got anything, then I guess I'll make my points then. Velma's little ragdoll maneuver, taking her to the end to fight Daphne.
Bullshit.
Go limp.
Nonsense. Freaking nonsense. That was irritating. Especially when she like slumps over on a girl's back and she wins that fight because of that. Dumb.
Yep.
Daphne stabbing a student in the leg and still being in the competition and not
the Achilles artery, the Achilles tendon almost. Yeah.
She didn't get disqualified and sent to the principal's office or anything.
No, because her mom
because that could be a cop problem.
Well, the principal only has $50 to combat toxic masculinity. So.
Jeez.
They did make. I will say this. It was. They made one kind of funny, and I think accurate reference or accurate statement before the whole like training or tournament thing that was going on. Like, why don't we just teach the guys to not be fucking creeps or whatever? And they were like, that would cost like way too much money to undo all that toxic masculinity. So we're just gonna do this instead. Thought that was funny.
I guess I do have a point about this. Let's bring up one of my quote suggestions before we started the podcast. Okay, but is the best way to prevent an attacker really just to become one? Works for Batman. So first off, what a gross misunderstanding of Batman as a character. Second off, what an interesting philosophical question. I wonder if the show will address it.
Nope.
No. The answer to that is no. They don't.
I think that would be I think this episode kind of is an interesting point of they don't really do anything to deconstruct any of like the problems that they constantly bring up. it's just like, oh, like Fred's like a sexist guy or whatever, and they kind of work on that a little bit later on, but for the most of the problems, they don't really have any solutions or anything. It's just kind of like, oh, you're stupid because you do this thing, and that's bad, and it's like, oh, okay,
there's no self-awareness because it's a self-insert character. So
yeah.
There's no nuance to any of the issues brought up because they just blame men or a race or something else. They just blame instead of taking a deep look at whatever the topic is. Because you can have conversations about all that stuff, but they don't want to do that. They just want to blame people.
It's funnier if it's just a reference.
Yeah, I see. I assumed the stabbing thing was Daphne stabbing a fucking student in the leg was a comedic reference, right? Because obviously, but they show her later on washing the blood off in the bathroom. So I'm like, okay, so I guess it wasn't for comedic effect. You actually fucking did that, and
I guess there's consequences.
That's some privileged Daphne. You can get in trouble for that.
And freaking Velma butt slams a girl's like butt implants out her mouth.
That's a legal move.
That is an illegal move.
Prepare to girder your loins. That is a line of dialogue that was written.
Girder your loins. Loins.
Spikes, you brought up you had points before or after this.
Let's see. We learned that Fred's mom watches him pee.
Yeah,
what a weird family thing.
Well, that's a great mom. Family?
It's just weird. I guess it's a nice little detail that I caught in this episode, and unsure if it was in the past because I didn't go back and look. But when Velma and Daphne are in the bathroom, the mirrors lower the saturation of themselves.
Yeah.
So they're not as vibrant, and I thought that was a good little detail for, I guess, showing the dirty, like how dirty it is in the bathroom, or just a lighting difference through the mirror. So another little detail I liked is Fred in prison with his orange jumpsuit and white t-shirt underneath. For his color scheme to be completed, they gave him blue slippers.
All right.
I kind of like Fred's whole prison little thing. It's kind of interesting. Because he actually, like, I don't know, it's weird because he's actually has like friends in there or something. You know what I mean? Like, most of, like, because outside he has, like, we don't see him hang out with anybody other than, like, Daphne when they're, like, together. That's about it. Like, he doesn't have, like, any friends. It's kind of weird. It's kind of interesting seeing him in prison. Granted, I don't know if those are the kinds of friends you want to be around, the ones in freaking prison, but still.
But isn't it a nice little coincidental thing that, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but that Fred's jailmate is Daphne's biological dad?
Wow,
that is him.
That is him. That is also the same guy that Norville turned in via bounty because of all the fucking people recognized his streaming shit in his quest the previous episode.
Crystal Cove is just a small place. Okay. Yeah, it's very coincidental. 100%.
You know what? I don't think
it's
you
just
can
a way
talk
where
about
they couldn't animate a new character. We'll just keep using.
I don't think that was the issue at all.
No,
this is I generally think this is them being clever.
In the show, the background characters in the show have a lot of effort put into them. They all look very unique and different. During the assembly, you could see that every student is different. So I don't think the issue was they didn't want to bother making a new person. I'm pretty sure they just wanted connecting points between people.
Yeah. Listen, you can't talk about coincidences until you've been jailed and have met somebody who's in a different somebody else's story at the same time. Then you can talk about coincidence.
Well, in that case, does that mean that Daphne's biological dad interacted with each member of the group in some way?
With the exception of Velma.
There was no interaction between Velma at any point?
Velma, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
And Gigi,
yeah, excluding Velma, then yes. Yes, he did. So I guess a timing issue is when Velma leaves the assembly and then comes back and the assembly's still going on. Little bit there
lengthy
because she was gone for
assembly.
a while.
Maybe,
It's just a lengthy assembly.
yeah, maybe they were just talking really, really slowly.
Yeah, they could have gone slow mo.
I think the only benefit of the doubt here is just it was a multi-day event for the tournament.
I guess
I think it was all in one day.
Crimson, I said I
Could
didn't
be.
have anything about the tournament, but looking at my notes, I do have something that kind of involves with it. How did Velma get Daphne's journal?
No idea.
Don't know. Follow up to that is why didn't Daphne fight her when she was trying to read it? She just stood there. The match did start after all, so I don't know why she just let her read her diary.
Maybe she just knew instinctively that the whole school would be on her side. I don't know.
Character arc. There you go.
Well, then I would have wanted them to animate her with a confident face instead of a panicky, oh my gosh, my secrets are about to be revealed face.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not going to defend the scene.
And is that the biggest thing in her journal or diary is that she goes to school therapy?
I think it's just
that's
what
the
Velma
juiciest
found.
thing.
I don't think Velma.
Velma said she perused it looking for some sexy scandalous stuff, but didn't find anything.
Oh yeah, it wasn't the whole school on her side. Yeah. So it's like so a school that doesn't take mental health as a joke. I actually like this in concept. Wow, is this execution super botched? It's a good message, but holy fuck.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Someone else got a popcorn?
Oh, yeah, Norville. Oh yeah, go ahead, Trinks.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say it's like the last episodes where it didn't state fully, but a lot of characters just know about Velma's hallucinations, so you just are pretty much everyone knows. And this one, same thing goes for cardigans. Pretty much everyone knows how the cardigan magic works, even though some people are surprised by it. It's stupid.
It is literally magic. Is there anybody that it doesn't work on?
Not
Velma, it works on a little bit, but then you had to bring out the waterfall to get her fully.
Well, he wasn't wearing a cardigan at the time.
Was he not?
He wasn't wearing.
No, so he used the.
For me, it was like
never mind.
For him, it was like him proving he knew more about the trade, even though he gave away his cardigan.
So yeah, the cardigan works every time it's utilized. Then, right?
Yes.
It's used on Fred. It's used against Norval's dad
and all the other prisoners.
On all the prisoners.
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible power.
And it's never brought back.
No, should have been mass produced. Everyone should have been wearing cardigans.
Yep.
Dude, I wear a cardigan all the time. It doesn't work like that for me.
During the therapy session with Velma and Norval's dad, said my favorite line of the episode. You hurt her feelings, which is way worse these days, which was great because that's an accurate statement of today. Feelings above anything else.
Crimson, I'm gonna hurt your feelings.
Whoa! Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
At least not live. All right. I don't want to. I don't think our editor wants to edit out Crimson crying.
Will never happen.
If he cries, he'll rust.
The actual conversation with the therapist was decent, and pointing out her flaws, where her avoiding the problem makes the problem.
Yeah.
So I guess good on Papa Norville.
Yeah, it was almost good dialogue, and then it was just immediately ruined. Due to Velma's just naturally well known to be abrasive character.
Oh, what are you gonna do? They can't all be Oscar winners, huh?
Yeah. And Norville forgot also he had therapy with the rest of the prison.
I like that scene. I like that.
The sitting silence was good.
Yeah.
The rioting and them escaping was dumb.
No, that's. I would have liked it better if they were just sitting there alone and they just
I like that
cut and it was over.
Daphne's dad making a comment about him, like maybe he should go out and be a lawyer and come back to help, represent the prisoners. Then Fred freaks out. He's like, "No one will abandon me," or something like that, right? Or no, it's like, "No one will ignore me, forget me."
No, I'm not going to be abandoned, or something like
It was something in that effect. And then Daphne's dad just went, "Okay, let's ride then."
No, it wasn't. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Okay, right.
Saying Daphne's. Yeah. All right, riot it is.
And then they immediately just break a hole into the wall.
Yeah, and they like don't expect it, and then it's like, whoa. Cool.
In the car, Norville and Velma talk about how Fred was wrongly accused. And how isn't it nice to see a rich white guy get wrongly convicted for once? Norville just took a hit in his character for admitting it's all right if someone gets wrongly accused of something.
Yeah, I agree with that. This might shock everybody here, but I'm against innocent people going to prison. As a general
me too.
rule.
Even rich white pieces of shit.
Yeah, do the crime, do the time. But you didn't do the crime.
Don't do the crime. Do the time anyways. I don't know. It's a weird. Yeah, it's a complicated web of weaving. I think is going on, or something like that.
Just made Norville bad there.
No, it's weird. Weird.
All right. Anything else for episode 4?
Guess they had Velma and Daphne agree to be friends by the end of this episode because they had some
lovers,
will they won't they stuff going on throughout the episode.
Oh, don't worry, they'll keep going, will they? And we'll keep going, won't they?
Yeah, this is
friends that boob touch hug, but no crotch.
I guess
which was stated.
That was lines of dialogue that were actually written for this fucking show.
I can't believe you'll say this wasn't funny and you'll laugh when you say that line back. You freaking hypocrite.
See,
so it's funnier when I make fun of it.
I feel like I should state that I think I would be okay if Daphne and Velma had an on-screen relationship at any Scooby-Doo show at any point, but
I agree.
Not when it's as poorly written as this.
Well, not when one of the characters is so unlikable that is openly rude to the other person in the relationship. I don't understand it.
Yeah, as with most relationships, I advocate for some groundwork to be laid. Like, holy shit, gotta actually like someone. They gotta actually like the characters, or at least one of them. Fuck me. All right. Anyways. That's pretty much all I have to catch you all up on, at least at least plot wise.
Springs, you got anything?
Last thing is when Velma gets dropped off at home from Norville, she goes immediately over to Daphne's. I think who lives next door to her. I think this was shown just so Velma could avoid an awkward tension with Norville dropping Velma off at Daphne's instead.
Well, also it's shown to be like funny that. I have to walk all the way back. Yeah, I have to walk all the way back to my house. Oh, can't believe it.
Well, that said to Daphne afterwards. I meant when getting out of the car from Norville.
No, she asked Norville to stay because she's just going to be only a few minutes, which I thought was dumb because she lives next door to Daphne.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay. Well, last thing for me is the cops have cardigans on when they're rounding up the escaped convicts for some reason.
They learned.
They weren't even involved with the cardigan.
But they learned.
It was dumb. Had no place. And Daphne's father got away here. Pretty much the only one that did get away.
Yep.
Conveniently. Sure, it won't go anywhere.
I'm sure that won't be a thing in future episodes.
Fred is also locked up in the credits.
Again, he gets after he calls Daphne's dad a puss for wanting to go into the cabin, which he does several times throughout the series, calling people pusses.
That's not the cabin later on when they get stuck in the ravine, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's a great question.
I have no idea.
Don't know.
I do not know.
No.
It better not.
I asked this question before we started. I said, "Hey, what was the deal with that cabin?" I don't remember if it was significant. They're like, "Oh, that was the cabin in the freaking later episodes," and I was like, "Really?" And you're like, "Yeah."
That's not what I said at all. I said it was
That is
Gigi's
exactly what you
parents' cabin.
Yes,
That's what I said.
Yes, and you don't know.
This cabin, I don't know if it's connected or not to the other cabin. That wasn't the question.
That was the whatever. Stupid.
That question
Okay.
wasn't said during pod, so
Oh, what is that? Is that a little nod? Okay, fine. All right,
I'm just saying
take
the
that.
audience hasn't a clue what we talk about outside.
I'm gonna.
I know.
But he brought
They
up.
haven't heard any of that.
Order. There's too much privilege here. We need to move on to episode 4. All right. Episode 4.
Murder free for 2 weeks, everybody. Sorry. I like the banner.
Oh, go
That was
ahead.
funny.
Yeah. Give the basic outline of this episode.
Oh, the $10,000 banner?
Yeah, the $10,000 banner that just said murder free for 2 weeks. I actually might have smirked at the joke.
Well, what is it made out of? Silk? $10,000 band.
Dude, banners are actually really expensive. Not $10,000.
I don't know why they just didn't borrow the banner from Sunnydale High. It would save them so much money.
Well, because they had to have it custom made.
Well, they'd have to clean the blood off of it.
That's true. Well, they turn into ash. That's not an issue.
It was pure Persian
the people.
Yeah, there's another dead girl at the opening. That's pretty much the opening.
Yes.
The football goalpost. I'm leaning more on the side that the football goalpost was not securely placed into the ground for a girl to knock it over in this episode, because I wrote down it was either she weighs 1,000 pounds or the goalpost was just resting on top of the turf.
Well, my counter to this, Springs, is that when Daphne hit Velma out of the ring, she made cracks in the wall. So
true.
And that shook the football field?
Mm-hmm.
No, my counter is that physics don't work here.
Ah.
That is the sum of my counter. Physics don't fucking work here.
Yes, because in the earlier episode when they used the wheel backpack to go through a brick wall, they are unharmed.
Yes.
Yeah, you can drive down the street.
It's actually shown twice that bricks don't harm anyone in the show.
That's true. It collapses on Fred and Velma later, too.
It's a cartoon.
Yeah.
The school's made out of Acme materials.
Acme.
That's in it. We're in everything.
Yes. That's how Norval fits in a half locker.
Hey, he can... You don't know how flexible he is. He hasn't been shown to do anything sports related.
All we know is he's a very, very good journalist.
I'll jump my popcorn towards the end where Sophie is giving birth on the sidewalk.
Oh,
yeah,
that was
everybody's
God damn it.
The police won't assist. Instead, they will tell the crowd to go over there and watch because they've never witnessed that before.
Miracle of childbirth.
Awesome.
It's funny.
Wasn't that funny?
Wasn't it funny that when she was like, "Don't take pictures, but if you are, use a portrait mode."
Yeah. There's nothing serious to this show at all.
Oh yeah.
It wants to be though, which
is
worse. I don't know.
Yeah. So Velma is also put in charge of ranking the 5 hottest girls in Crystal Cove,
which is not good for her.
Because that's the pattern.
Mm-hmm.
And the manner in which she gets put in charge is very, very contrived and convenient, and it's just terrible. The show wants to pretend it has a plot.
Yeah, tell us how you really feel.
About what?
I'm joking, because you're being very, very honest, so that's what...
Anyways, the breakdown of the plan to give the 5 hottest girls police details is hilariously stupid.
Yes, yes, it is.
I did like how he called Velma out for definitely not being a potential victim because she wouldn't qualify. I like
I
it
thought you
when
liked, yeah.
people don't like Velma.
That's
Really?
that's
No one
that's
else
the sign
does.
of a very very well written, amazing heroine character that's leading your show. Is that you cheer when someone insults them.
Yeah.
Accurately.
I don't know
It's
who
the only
this is
good thing
made
revolving
for.
around Velma is when something bad happens to her. Which doesn't happen too often, but when it does.
Yeah.
When she gets hit
episodes
by a
in-
cop car, that's good.
4 episodes in, I don't know who this was made for.
It's made for
Really
no one.
don't.
Actually, you know what? No, it's made for Mindy. Her ego needed to be fed.
Oh,
True.
Uh,
It's true.
well, not going to comment on that one.
It's been done.
yeah, no.
Sprinkles. Popcorn.
I like the little detail of when Olive's popular girl squad goes for the makeovers at Velma's. They all have separate color palettes that reminded me of La La Land, of the 4 girls in that, of the yellow, green, blue, and red.
An obvious reference, I'm sure.
Interesting connection.
I got another
And
one.
the
but-
mess. Go ahead.
Okay. I think this is completely unintentional because I don't trust these writers to be clever at all. But one thing I did like is there's a line about Velma about all the girls may as well being a sack of potatoes, and I put this down as it could be a reference to Marilyn Monroe modeling in a sack of potatoes. But I don't trust these writers to be that clever. So,
no.
Yeah,
I would say no.
Yeah,
It's just a really weird insult for anybody
Yeah.
to look like a sack of potatoes, I think.
Yeah, I mean that's what happened. Someone insulted Marilyn Monroe, and she decided to model in a sack of potatoes to prove a point. And those photos came out very well and shut that person up for the rest of their lives. But like I said, I don't. It is a clever line that I think they fucking stumbled on because I do not trust these writers to have instinctively written that.
It's definitely just it's definitely something where they heard it and they didn't know any of the history behind it and they just thought it sounded funny and they put it in.
I'm not even gonna go that far. I don't even think they know about it at all. They just wrote it and just didn't realize that they made a clever reference. I don't have any faith in these writers.
I'm inclined to agree. The messaging of this episode was a confusing one. They tried to have Velma grow, saying, "You can be your own type of person," type deal. Because she's so judgy that a woman doesn't have to be attractive.
No. Doesn't have to be attractive. Shouldn't be attractive. Shouldn't be attractive at all. That's her point of view. They give in this episode is that a woman should go out of her way to not be attractive in form.
I was sugarcoating it.
You were. I
shouldn't be holding punches back.
No, as somebody who I think finds both forms of the arguments between these two things very weird. They need to be given as accurate as possible.
Here, hold on, Crimson. Give as much respect to the show as it did to you. There you go. Don't pull your punches.
And isn't it terrible that I find the snooty popular girls more likable than Velma? I found liking them more. They're still not great.
They're not great, but they're more relatable and understandable.
They actually challenge her stupid points, which is great. They don't roll over or anything.
And they actually kind of show her up.
Yeah.
Like they make her question her own viewpoint.
So much so that she turns into a troll thing. What do they?
Gremlin.
Monster.
Gremlin.
Yeah. I don't know.
Whatever.
Trying to be the most, I guess, acceptable form of woman or something. I don't know. It was odd.
Yeah. A monster to support all women is, I think, what was said.
Yeah, like
I misquoted it.
Yeah, something along the lines of like something for all women or something like that. Yeah.
I think it was this episode that. Well, actually, hold on, Sprigs, you go if you got one.
Oh, just a popcorn. Let's see. The history lesson of Crystal Cove is certainly something.
That is true.
Yeah.
We did get some quote unquote world building.
And I like how the focus kind of fit to the 70s, which is kind of the era that Scooby-Doo originally fits in somewhat of like their clothing styles.
Yeah.
Yeah, it came out in '69. That one, Scooby-Doo came out?
Yeah, 69. Yeah.
So, yeah, good starting point for the flashback. They tried to insert humor. Sinister, you quite liked the flashback bit, the history part.
Uh-huh. I like the prospector part specifically. It was pretty good. It was a good form of somewhat like like where the joke's going to be going, but it's still funny when they actually commit to it. The prospector was found out about crystals after trying to kill his partner because he thought he found gold. That was pretty good. I like that.
I think I actually had another scene here that made me smirk a little bit because I thought it was kind of funny.
Go on then, show it.
Was Fred using 100% of his brain power to rank the hot girls for Velma?
Classic.
When he like had to see the Matrix and everything, I was a little bit amused by that.
He did the.
It was like for a brief second he was like really extremely intelligent, and it was just specifically for this. And then he went back to the shell of a character.
Yeah, before that he brought up how he was suspended at the science fair for judging women. And I just wrote privilege. With his white privilege, why do you get suspended? I don't get it. Not even consistent with their stuff.
Which isn't
That's
real.
too much, man.
I mean, there is okay. Oh my god, I'm so gonna get like hated for this, but there is attributes that you can talk about objectively when it comes to beauty. It is a difficult subject, and every psychology teacher and anyone who delves into this will absolutely agree that it's very, very individualized, but there are some things we can base our sort of concept of beauty on.
Symmetry is usually the big one.
Symmetry is usually one. There are some other ones, but symmetry is obviously the biggest one. And it kind of turns into why people are starting to use abstract art to see how people can define beauty in that, which is very weird because I have different levels with abstract art. Crimson and I talked about this I think in episode 0, where there is certain abstract art that I like that I would think that would be very interesting to kind of base scientific processes off of like what would you see as beautiful in this kind of thing, and where people naturally would naturally look at versus other things. Like Dolly would probably be my choice for abstract, but
surrealism.
Yeah,
good abstract.
Trying to think. This was So, anyways, there's it was funny, and and he got kicked out. And he got suspended for his fucking Skyline School project, which is, I guess, weird because it's very open in the psychology community. This subject.
Yeah. I'm sure he gave it. I'm sure it sounds like really scientific-y when he says it, but I'm sure when he actually put it into play, it was probably a little bit more scummy than.
Yeah, it was like hot
than sciencey.
Not hot, ugly, that sort of thing.
Yeah. My issue with it is just how inconsistent they are with the privilege thing, because they keep bringing it up.
Yeah.
Especially episode 8 with the men stuff. How they get away with everything.
They're about as consistent as the messaging on privilege as most people are these days. So there's that.
That is true. It's grounded in reality. All right. Sprinks, got something?
The bathrooms at the Crystal mines or whatever are locked by a chain link fence and never explored as to a reason why.
Oh, is this the episode where
And
Shaggy
it's abandoned.
Sorry,
so-
where Norval and Daphne go to the caves?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
the rare Norval and Daphne pair up. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's all we're gonna say about
the
that.
place is abandoned, so I'm fine with the bathrooms being locked because the mine was also blocked. So it makes
It was
sense.
Well, and
played
you know-
off by a joke that Daphne's not
Yeah.
observant enough to read a bathroom sign.
Yes.
Mhm.
Also making her
I'll,
dumb.
Also, honestly, I wouldn't want to go into the bathrooms of a place that's been quote unquote abandoned for like 30, 40 years. Probably some really sketchy stuff in there.
Needles.
Yep.
Yeah. And shit.
In that.
Just body fluids everywhere. It's really funny. When nobody's around to clean it up, people just don't aim very well.
We should point out that Norval is such a simp for Velma, this wonderful character that obviously deserves to be simped after. Is taking notes on Daphne's personality to try and get Velma to like him.
Uh-huh.
Norval's a great
And
character.
And he realizes the only thing he can't copy is her lack of awareness about danger.
Yeah, she's too much of a thrill seeker that he can't do it. Which was interesting, I guess.
Yeah.
Not something I would have got from her character, but I'm glad they spelled it out to us so blatantly. That is a core characteristic of her, apparently.
We wouldn't have picked it up without it, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Because they don't show it.
Other than she risked getting caught being a drug dealer. That's pretty much it.
Mhm.
I'll bring
Anybody got
up
anything else?
the geode through the window, which Velma says, someone threw a rock through my window. And I was like, yeah, it's a geode, actually. I'm like, and geodes are kind of rocks, Norville. Inside is crystals, but the exterior is rock.
I think he was
and then-
mansplaining.
Could be weird that Velma wouldn't bring that up, actually.
Well,
Yeah.
Velma wasn't in the room. That's why.
Yeah, Velma wasn't in the room,
That's why it wasn't pointed out.
Yeah, and then it's brought up later with Daphne and Norville going to the cave that it was then called a rock instead of a geode. So they weren't even consistent with their own little bit of writing again. Throwing that out there.
Mm-hmm.
Because I like
Hey,
rocks, so I defended
You
me
are
deeply.
you are a
I am a
big
snowflake
rock.
after all.
Let's see. The labor scene in front of the school. Terrible.
Trash.
They have to distract by dancing sexy.
Yeah. And you know what's dumb? The whole thing that
The whole show? Oh,
yeah, the whole show. But you know what makes it worse is that the ambulance is only like 4 cars away, and the paramedics they're more than capable of walking the 5-car length to get the woman in labor.
You know, I disagree. I disagree just because of reasons. I can't even give you a good one.
You know what they need to do, because it's this show? They should have come out in the gurney and they should have just rolled it down the street like a boat, because that would have worked. They would have protected them from brick walls and things like that. They probably would have knocked over cars.
Oh. And I don't even know why the popular girls committed to the dance, because they said no before. And Velma was like, you know what? It's okay that we're different type of girls. And they're like, okay, we'll
Mhm.
dance now. Why would that convince them? Because they said they only dance for themselves.
I
I
think
don't
it
know
was.
why that changed their minds.
I know one of them said they danced for themselves, but I think a lot of that conversation was more around the fact that Velma just judged them for their way of life the entire episode. So the concept here is that Velma learned to not judge them, and that they're their own people and they will express their own femininity in their own ways. That's so in their show of newfound sisterhood, they decided to dance for her and help her. And that's what they are going
Hmm.
for. Obviously, the execution is botched, and it's terrible. But
Hmm.
And then the dancing means nothing because Velma just goes around beating up people.
yep,
At the Sophie.
You
So
guys have your
pointless.
way. I have my way.
And now Fred's all into Velma because he read that
The
Feminine
Mystique.
Mystique book.
Feminine Mystique, yeah.
and of course, she has zero interest in him now. So
Because she
it's
realizes.
So here's the thing: Velma prefers Fred being racist, bigoted, and a fucking tool than somewhat of a character.
And being an ally, as he puts it
Yeah.
later.
Yeah. I will say, though, he does a really.
What an odd message to send.
He phrases it really badly. That's all I'm going to say. Well, that's not all I'm going to say, but he phrases it really bad. He was like, yeah, that book broke my brain, so now I guess, I have to be into you now. So he doesn't really, you know what I'm saying. Doesn't really do much of a 180, but it's still a 180 by some standard, I guess. He's still a douche, even though he's now a little bit more of a enlightened douche.
Any last thoughts for this episode?
Oh, this is the moment that broke Velma for you entirely. You couldn't take it at any.
I was going to
any
wait to
amount.
go last, but
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Velma bringing up the girl with the ponytail in the quarter made my head whip back in just disbelief. That was such a stupid joke. I don't even know why it's in here.
It was a joke?
I think so. I don't know what else it could have been.
But usually jokes are funny.
I mean, that's true.
Then this show is a joke.
And there you go.
I don't know.
That was
This
a better
is more
joke than the
painful.
show.
This is more pain than comedy. We forgot. I'm bringing it up now because we forgot one aspect of the first episode. Is that Norville was sending Velma tons and tons of messages, and she just flat out ignores him.
Yeah, she doesn't listen to any of them.
Well, that's a trait of hers. She keeps that up throughout the whole show.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it needs to be brought up now because it's going to be more relevant to how wonderful of a friend she is to everyone around her.
Mm-hmm.
So
Does Velma ever get a phone call, or I guess a text, but a phone call at least, where it rings and she immediately picks it up?
No,
That never happened, right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not that I
maybe
remember.
a Daphne-related thing,
Oh.
but I can't think of anything.
Well, I don't know if she gets the call or she calls Norville in the first episode when she breaks into Jones Manor or whatever. But I don't know.
Oh, maybe.
Actually, yeah, Norville does call her. But they're
But that
doing
doesn't serve-
something
yeah.
active with each other, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
it doesn't count. And to bring it back to this episode, Gigi and Norville get together in the credits.
She becomes art or something.
She
Oh,
goes
what
goth.
the? I didn't write it down. What the heck is the line he uses? Such a dumb, such a
Oh,
weird
you
pickup
mean-
line.
Do you mean high as in hello or high as in drugs or something like that? Because I'm very against one of those.
Yeah.
I don't remember the pickup line. I didn't write it down.
It's something like that.
it was like that. Yeah,
They just got together. That's what I remembered. There was a point of where my brain will just filter out the bad dialogue to save myself. Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
And then we get the cursed image of Velma twerking at one point here.
Oh,
Couple times, yeah.
It's not as bad as the last one. So this
That's
one,
that is true.
I will take this one over the other one.
No, I'll take both of these over Turning Reds. I'll say that. My last point is another problem I had with Norville is when he gives up on Daphne at the mines. He's like, "Well, I'm not going to get anything out of you, so I'm just going to leave." Well,
They're not friends, which I guess works in his favor. But
Yeah, that's true. They don't really. They've never interacted before this episode, really.
that
and-
painted such a selfish light on
yeah,
him.
it,
to me.
Well, yeah,
I
yeah.
agree.
He's
Like
been
I said,
the
it does.
good guy
Yeah,
this whole time, and then he's like, "Well, I don't need you. Bye bye."
yeah, I agree. I agree. I think it would have been much better if he stayed, but they went with this because he's a coward, It's what we know him to be, right? It's one of Shaggy's core
Is he a
character
coward
traits.
in this?
No, I'm referencing
In
more
the
Shaggy
basic
as a.
terms of a coward, yeah.
I'm referencing Shaggy more as overall. If one
He's
were to
whiny in this,
Yeah.
but I
if
don't think
one-
he's cowardly.
No. I'm sorry. I'm referring to every Scooby-Doo iteration.
Yeah.
So, like, that if you were to look at Shaggy at his most basic traits and you never watch the show and you don't understand him as a character, you could walk away with thinking that he's a coward.
I mean, he is, but yeah.
Yeah, but he
Yeah,
always
there was
shows up for his
someone-
friends. That's the thing.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Someone somewhere, I wrote down my notes, I thought that someone stole Shaggy's, like, stutter.
What?
Oh, the
Oh, that's later
girl
on. That's not.
guard.
That's,
yeah.
Okay.
yeah, not. That's.
There was a
That's
thing where I kept going, what can they continually do to just shit on the previous Scooby-Doo iterations in this
Mhm.
show? To just, like, make fun and...
Wait till
Mhm.
Fogfest. Your
Overproud
answer
of
will,
them.
you will find
Yeah.
your answers in Fogfest.
And I thought they couldn't do any more. And then every
Take the
episode,
ghost?
like, after, they kept adding something.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're Pezzy.
Fogfest is the big...
Yeah, the
painful
Fogfest is their Pezzy Resistance.
No. Anyway, anything else for episode 4?
I think that was the last of everyone's points. So we'll hop on to 5. We're almost halfway done.
Oh,
Can I start?
Yes, go.
Sure.
I'll start with God, what do I start with? Something really painful or something cool? Okay, I'll start with something cool because it seems a lot easier to talk about the pain. A little niche thing is when Daphne calls Sophie, who's in the hospital, herself the baby, and the husband is wearing a Jetsons attire.
Yeah, that's a nice reference.
They're doing a photo shoot. Yeah.
So at the start of this episode, Velma is complaining that Norville is not answering her messages, which is why I brought that up last episode, pretty much. If she wanted her friends to help her and pay attention to her, she should probably put an effort into paying attention to them and helping them. I mean, that's what we do for each other, right, guys? Because we're friends. Like, that's a basic thing. Or at least we try to do that for each other.
I'd like to think so, yeah.
But I think the show is just trying to create a double standard, and Velma's not a good person, shockingly. It just reinforces every episode.
This is unnecessary hate, and I will not have it.
Well, unfortunately,
have
got another
it. I'll
5
eat it up.
episodes of having it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got another one for you, Crimson. All the police quit due to sexual harassment.
Yeah.
That is also a line of dialogue said in this show.
I mean, it's interesting because
That's a good
on
word
one
to
hand
use,
they're
yeah.
avoiding their job, on the other, they would be in a lot of trouble just from accusations alone. Anyways, even if they're getting pushed upon, which we see, it's the students sexually harassing them pretty heavily because they want to be on the killer's list? Question mark. I don't know why they all want to be so attractive.
I assume that was the
qualified
detail.
for the
Like
killer's
the
list.
people that were sexually harassing them were the ones they were assigned to guard.
Oh.
At least that's how I read it.
I don't know. It's a weird. I don't really know.
What do I
Yeah,
know?
I don't
it's
know.
not. It's not as if the show cares.
I mean, that would make a little bit more sense, but nonetheless, it's still bad.
Yeah.
Oh.
There you go. There's a good answer for you.
It's bad. Shockers.
Oh, it's bad.
Yeah.
This episode is another one of, I guess, showing why Velma's just a really bad friend and bad character, I guess.
Welcome
Well,
to the
this
episode.
Velma, not Velma overall. This show is Velma is a bad.
Oh, we know what you mean.
Yeah, I know. But I just gotta make sure.
Yeah, this is really weird for me because remember, I'm the one that crushes on Velma in most Scooby-Doo shows. I fucking hated her in this show. That's for sure. It just shows the
You didn't like
difference.
it. You didn't like it when
That's
she
for
wore
you
like.
going off of not much of what you have seen, apparently.
That's true.
You didn't like it when she wore like those little beanbags in her bra when she went to go see Fred.
I just hate this Velma's personality.
There you go.
I don't hate her for her looks. I hate her for her personality. It's a very different
But
change.
like, she she has treated Norval like shit for like the past like 4 episodes, and then he gets a girlfriend and he doesn't have time for her, and then she immediately just freaks out and doesn't understand why he doesn't want to spend time with her.
Yep. No concept of self-awareness at all.
That's what a good friend does.
And now we have Daphne going back to the cave to investigate her parents' situation, which makes me wonder why she didn't bother doing that the first time they were there.
The
Just
episode needed to
declining
end.
Norville's offer. I mean, I know from a writing standpoint, but from a character standpoint, it doesn't make a lick of sense.
You're licking this show again?
And she ignores the warning sign because attractive people don't listen to that stuff, apparently.
It's true.
So something along those lines, I think she said.
Mhm.
Sure. Meta-ish humor. I don't know what that was.
And it was an attempt at meta humor.
Yeah. She's okay with flying rats, but not ground rats. So.
You mean ground bats?
Ground. She said bats.
Yeah, she said ground bats. Yes.
Oh
ground
god,
bats.
that's even worse.
She said flying rats and then ground bats.
Ugh.
Yep.
Ugh. Something else. Let's leave this mine right now. Someone
Yeah.
else say something.
Springs, you got anything?
Oh, I got a couple. Let's go
One
off
more.
of an actual animation problem I have. Daphne is in the caves with 2 Captain Cavemen.
Neanderthals.
Yes.
No, it's
And
Captain Caveman.
it's actually Captain Caveman, a Hanna-Barbera cartoon character.
Yeah.
But
Captain
She is-
Caveman. Yes.
she's looking at them, and then the camera moves to the left to show behind her, and then moves back to the right, and they have disappeared.
Yeah, they did the
Daphne
classic.
didn't take her eyes off of them.
Yep.
Daphne was facing them the entire time, and it was the camera that made them disappear. So stupid. For then Daphne to go, oh, they're gone.
Yep.
Yeah. They're magicians.
That's
That's
true.
good stuff.
It's bad shit.
What are you gonna do? They only had like 5 years to write this whole show. Come on, guys, stop.
Well, it can't be that much of a problem, right? Because they compare Daphne to Superman.
Yeah.
Who's Superman?
I don't remember that, but I'll just take your word for it.
Oh, how the moms say her origin story is that of Superman.
Oh, okay.
You keep saying who's Superman?
Clark Kent. Look, they talk about Superman, Batman,
Yeah,
Mystique.
I forgot all that. Actually remember some of the details when they were talking about her origin story with him. That
Yeah, when they're
all the
speaking in unison.
Yeah, all the Superman statues
Funny.
are in the cabinet. You can see them. There's a Superman statue or whatever in there. I do like a detail that Norval and Velma both go to end up at the Historical Society for various different reasons. Like just that, because they're both quote unquote the smarter members of the gang. Typically. So I think that was a nice nod to the concept of it, but you know, it's in this show, so I find it odd that they both know what a historical society is.
Agreed.
I mean, yeah.
Something I did like.
Oh,
The best joke in the show for me was the "shh, a feminist is talking" when Fred said that to Velma, because Fred is a changed man after he read that book, and he's pretty much showing off his knowledge now to Velma, and she appreciated it, but was still annoyed by him during this time. Which
It's not like he saved her life or
interesting.
anything.
No. He's just a tool. He's an idiot.
Yeah, that's
he's
old news.
He's not good. But she brought up Dr. Edna Purdue. I don't remember how they came to that information.
Oh, Gigi said that she had that Norville told her a secret and she wasn't supposed to tell anybody about it, or she wasn't supposed to tell Velma specifically, and then Velma lied, saying that he did, and then
And
she
then
made her,
to confirm, say it at the same time.
Yeah. She got baited
Velma
into
tricked her.
to develop one manipulative,
Divulge,
what
yeah.
another thing to add to her character set of character traits. But yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, and she looked her up and said she was a female neurologist or something. I don't remember what her
mad scientist.
study
Yeah, it
was.
was just a mad scientist,
Whatever.
I think.
She said female, whatever position, and Fred said, "You don't have to say female." Like, this feels like a different writer to what we've been seeing throughout the show. These are different types of jabs. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny though, because Velma gets very, very annoyed by this awoken Fred, and he just says the exact same things that she does.
I know.
Yep.
It's this weird echo chamber where she finally gets to hear herself back to her, and she hates it.
Yep.
And she's not aware of it.
No, and she's just like, you're so annoying, and it's played off in the way of like, oh yeah, white people who feel like they're are like really annoying, but it also like he doesn't say anything that's like really different than what she says. Really, I mean, realistically, other than just he's coming from a different place, socioeconomically or whatever. But it's the same shit, and she's so annoyed by it that it's funny.
Yeah, and then she has an anxiety attack as well, and Fred can't help her because it's Fred.
And he's like, the gender pay gap, isn't that really funny? Actually, wait, that's not funny. That's really sad, actually.
that was a groaner one.
That was a groaner.
That was a groaner. I did not like that joke. Sprinks got something pop.
You got a thing you like?
Boy. So we've already stated how much Daphne's cop moms are terrible at their job. And looking for the crystal mines gain, they never knew that the sewer system was connected in any way. So it's real, totally not convenient at all that when Daphne looks in the sewer in front of her house through a manhole, there's a boat just at the bottom that's probably been there for years, my best guess, unless the moms actually use it to go back and forth. So that's one thing. That's just like, sure. Why not? Another, thing in the gears for the show. But the reference they use of a Casey Kasem top 40 while Daphne's in it, I think I punched my leg when that happened.
You did? Yeah, you weren't happy about it.
I was not. I was annoyed that Casey Kasem, original voice of Shaggy Rogers, was being used as a low joke in this show.
Yep.
In regards to the boat, kind of shown that the dad broke the window later on. So I guess that's how he got there. I don't know. I guess he swam back and left his boat that he got there with. It doesn't make any sense why that boat is there.
It's I have no idea.
I
literally wrote convenient in capital letters in my notes. So.
Oh yeah, the fact that the manhole cover popped off at all is ridiculous because they're not supposed to do that. From a vehicle, anyways.
Yeah. Daphne spends the entire episode trying to talk to Velma, or at least a fair portion of it, and Velma just straight up ignores her for the episode because, great friend. One thing I did like, one of the few things in the show, I think it was my favorite iteration of music. 3 band members play the Space Odyssey theme for a few seconds, and I smiled. And then I remembered I was in Velma, so...
Space Odyssey. There's a sleepover with the band camp for some reason.
Velma's
the animals.
Velma's throwing it because she wants to get Norval by himself away from Gigi. Like she wants to have a conversation with him because she needs her help. That friend that she ignores and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. And they all have to take a pill.
And this is what leads us to the flute battle of the bands, which is bad.
Yeah, call me out. Great.
I liked how bad it was.
Do we know what the pills are? Is there like a stereotypical band pill or something?
No,
I feel like it was
no.
a layered joke that I didn't understand.
No, it's no. You
They're
got as
all
much
they're
of it as
all
you're supposed to.
they're all diseased. That's why they need
Yeah.
pills. It's
They're all
the
like
surface
ADHD
level
or
joke.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Guess I was dumb for thinking it was layered. Oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should really like lower your expectations for this.
Daphne realizes she's genetically attracted. She's genetically a villain, so no wonder she's attracted to a girl who looks like a henchman. And I'm like, that was almost funny. Almost.
Almost.
I don't remember that being said.
Yeah, it was towards the end. Yeah.
It's when her parents tell her who they are, like they show their faces, like they're the gang, pretty much. And her response is immediately, "Wow, I'm genetically a villain. No wonder I'm attracted to a girl who looks like a henchman." Because Velma's evil. We get it, show. You've worked really hard to tell us this. We know.
He's right. He's right. You know.
Yeah, and then we get an awesome flute off between Velma and Gigi. And they were trying to be funny, I guess.
The animators put the effort in.
Yeah.
Yeah. That joke went on for too long. But I don't know what else they would have used that time for anyways, because I don't want anything else to be shoved in that time slot. So, not great.
Mm-hmm.
Gigi is one of the better characters, I think, in this show, which is not much still, but nevertheless.
I would agree. I agree. Velma manipulated Fred to go get the pizzas, or he'd volunteer to do that, right? And he was manipulated to do something else.
No, he said he wanted to help.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay.
So she said, "Get the pizzas."
Yeah. My animation error I picked up from this episode was Norval and Fred pretty much are teleported together when they collide on the porch.
Yeah.
They were more than 10 feet apart, and they just teleport together to collide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was not good.
Comedy gold.
Yeah. Well, I tried, but I only got halfway there. That's just me living up to the label as a male feminist.
That was Detroit pizza. Oh, now it's Domino's pizza, which I looked at Sprinks because Sprinks likes Domino's.
I like Domino's.
That was a good joke just because I have a connection to it.
Yeah, it was a good meta joke because we argue about pizza in our group a lot. We all have different opinions, and some of them are more wrong than others.
Don't feel called out at all. Okay, going on.
That could be talked about at a later time.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the band kids are going crazy, eating everything in the house, destroying everything in the house because
Velma literally manipulated Norval to get food from the Shaken Burger joint. She's a shit friend. Shocker.
It's true.
I know.
Crazy, man. Crazy. Is there anything else that was like really big?
Yeah, the sheriff hits Velma with a car, and I was so happy.
Yeah, I wrote cop hits Velma, and then I put a smiley face.
Yeah, Velma realized she was a horrible person somehow, and then went out to distract the sheriff, who rams her with a cop car. And I said, "Roll credits, she's dead," because I wanted to stop much earlier, but the main character's dead, so I was just happy to finally call it.
Is this the episode where the mayor gets put in a net because of curfew?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
White privilege. They never get arrested, right? But they'll just catch the mayor in the middle of the street during curfew.
Yeah, and then Norval's parents were out having sexy time parties.
Yeah.
They were doing some sort of party, and Velma blackmails them because she wants information on their ancestor, the mad scientist.
Mm-hmm.
How convenient.
Yeah. And
Sprinks brought up earlier where Daphne's parents, or the mothers, I guess, were just happen to be everywhere they need to be, and they teleport everywhere. They happen to get Norval's parents. They happen to get Daphne. It's just It's all not great. You got something, Sprinks?
Oh gosh, do I have anything left? Very beginning, there's a banner because the baby's born and says a baby makes 3, completely ignoring Velma.
Yeah.
Funny.
Rightfully so.
Yeah. Would you want your daughter to stay in your house if she was like this?
Burn.
I think that's a rhetorical question for me to answer.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh
Let's see,
boy.
anyone else got anything? Wrapping up.
Because Norval's such a good person, he manipulates the band into cleaning up after themselves and cleaning up Velma's house so she doesn't get in trouble. Because
Yeah.
at least someone's a good person in the show some of the
But-
time.
Gigi had to make sure that she knew that Norval didn't do it himself. He convinced the band kids to do it.
Well, no, Norval asked Gigi to explicitly state that he didn't do it himself.
Yes, that's what I was
Yeah.
referring to, but I misquoted.
Yes. Because he's
Hmm.
humble, At least someone has good character traits. Oh,
Sure.
Fuck.
I don't know. I liked Gigi during this because she sees how terrible Velma is and is actively trying to better her boyfriend, friend, whatever, Norville.
Her boyfriend and
saying how
girlfriend at this
toxic she
point.
is.
Yeah.
So Gigi is one of the better people in this for realizing how bad the show is. But
Yes.
other than that, I don't really have anything else for this episode.
Nor do I.
Me neither.
On to the next.
Episode 6. We're at the halfway point. Yay.
No, we're past the halfway point.
Well, we did 5 episodes. We're now on the final 5. We're halfway. All right. So, Ryder, you go first.
Dr. Purdue's backstory. He's Norval's grandmother, and meddling kids were ruining everything. That's how it started, right? Yeah, the meddling kids. They were referring to all the hippies in the 80s. Like, they were ruining everything,
Yep.
and that's how that's the backstory of what did SCOOBI do? Which is the acronym for the government project.
Yeah, what was the acronym?
Special
Crimson?
Covert Operations Brain Initiative.
I was
So
annoyed.
bad.
I'm not gonna lie.
I was annoyed that C and O had to be connected.
They
for
were lazy.
covert. They couldn't add another O.
Yep.
It's just what I expect.
Yeah. The writers thought they were clever, removing brains and putting them into people. Is this what they want to do to us? Is this how they feel?
Dude, I'll take that after this.
I don't know if I'd want my brain removed, but I certainly want some memories deleted.
I don't know. This episode's really weird. I don't somebody have a point to jump
Sure.
from? I'll take the next one.
At the beginning here, we hear the statement, it's the parents' fault, not the teens. And that statement bugged me. I'm pretty sure I brought that up while we were watching it, how it bugged me.
Yeah,
But-
it's always a parent's fault in a teen drama.
Yeah, just diverting all blame again to someone else. Because they're just the worst on this show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's almost as Velma's an evil character. I just think you're going to bring it up.
She is. She's an evil character.
She is the antagonist of this story, some fucking how.
If Scooby-Doo's taught us anything, the real monsters don't wear masks.
That's
There you go.
very true. So,
I'll cut to something.
Yeah.
They got
Good.
Captain Cutler in this episode. As Velma and her dad pull him out of the ocean.
Captain Cutler.
Yeah, the
Oh,
father-daughter
yes,
time.
got it. Sorry.
He's the
The undersea man.
yeah.
Deep sea diver.
Well, that's played off for laughs, huh?
I
Yeah.
don't know if it's probably just there's a reference. There you go.
Yeah, same with the photo cutout they have of the Flintstones.
Here's another reference that is clever.
Velma
Yeah, and
gets
in the police station, there's some wanted posters to some old Scooby monsters as
Yeah.
well.
Which we didn't catch, but whatever. Doesn't matter. This is another weird one. I know they kind of later on they sort of explain this, but it's still kind of, it's still kind of just like, oh yeah, it just fits for this particular moment, but we're not gonna come back to it exactly the same way again. So with the whole Edna Purdue evidence that the principal has, she won't show it to Velma because she knows about her hallucinations. But Velma's like, "No, I'm fine," and shows it to her, and she dies from her hallucination.
Gets an anxiety attack.
Yeah, it gets an anxiety attack that kills her, which is not how that works. But anyways, and then does it again, and she dies again, and has to be revived with an EpiPen, or not an EpiPen, but an adrenaline pen.
She gets an adrenaline pen shot twice. And and the joke is that, I'm assuming it's a joke, is that it's in the boob.
Boob. Just like something else. So, granted, I liked for a while that they were actually using like some kind of anxiety, related stuff for her, because I thought that was fairly realistic and, was actually an interesting character trait to explore. But this kind of ruined that for me because that's not how anxiety attacks work. Like, you wouldn't, unless you were having like an extremely, extremely severe like panic attack, you might like put yourself in a position where you were very likely kind of, have an actual cardiac event or something. Mm-hmm. But otherwise, you wouldn't. You would never work yourself up to it. You would feel like you were, but you wouldn't actually. It wouldn't actually happen. And it doesn't make any sense. Like, like, and I said before, they kind of explain it a little bit later why it kind of happens, but again, the severity of the attacks doesn't really equate well. It's not the same thing every single time. It depends on the object and it depends on the story, which is not good. It should be consistent.
I agree.
I agree.
Sorry.
Nope,
first.
go ahead.
No,
I've been talking the most. Go ahead.
Okay. I got one for the strip clubs. The diner, by the way, that we see in the beginning has been turned into a strip club. I don't know why. It just is. Another thing they stole from Riverdale, I guess, the idea of doing something with a diner. I actually did find a line here that was quite funny. The idea of a gender pay gap in strip clubs. I thought because I think Fred something about the male strippers having
that they get paid less.
They're getting paid less, and I'm like, you know what? That's probably true, and I find that funny because in a dark, ironic way, that is probably true. Men would get paid less at a strip club than women do.
Because I think guys want to see girls naked more than girls want to see guys naked, which is fair. I don't think we look very attractive naked. In the same form. I get, sure, a little bit different.
I don't think you're bi or gay. I don't think you can comment on that.
Yeah, you're right. I can't, but
the conversation at this club with Velma and her dad, interesting location to have it.
Interesting choice of locale.
To the point where I think it's kind of just dumb. Because, like you said, it's a place they know, but it's been changed. But nevertheless, this is not a place you would take your daughter to have a talk.
Also, openly, she's like, what, 15, 16, and he's like sharing alcohol with her, like a lot of alcohol.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting.
And they even bring up how weird it is that they are having this conversation here. But once again, just because you bring it up doesn't nullify the point that it's still present. So,
no.
The actual talk itself, I didn't really care for too much. But it's not the worst thing in the show. The peeing in the drain part was a little weird. But, jokes.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
It's weird.
Don't you see their bonding?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think her dad's a good guy?
No.
Okay.
Well, he's not a bad guy, but he's not a good guy.
Well,
I mean, like in a general,
Velma
I
had to
mean,
get
you
some
know,
traits
yeah.
from him, so
I think he's
Yeah.
a good guy who doesn't have his priorities sorted.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, because at least from what we see in some flashbacks with him and his wife, and then him and obviously it's from her perspective most of the time. So take everything with a grain of salt, I guess. On top of that, but yeah, he just kind of seems like kind of a dick. And I'm granted, like some of the time, I think he's just like I agree with Springs. He doesn't have his priorities straight, but it's kind of weird that you've had a kid for like 16 years or whatever, and you still don't really know where you stand on that relationship or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and he also abuses it to work, as we find out later.
Yeah, which is yeah, like that's another thing where I think like it's kind of a shitty thing. I don't.
I think I got another one. If
Go on.
Fred's dad doesn't like the fact that his son is interested in Velma, so to cure him, he is taking him to all the strip clubs in town.
Lucky that Velma was there for them to meet.
Yep, very convenient.
I mean, I don't blame the dad, because who would want their son to go out with Velma?
Yeah, that's fair.
I wouldn't.
Even just like no.
I wouldn't want my daughter to go out with Velma.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I wouldn't want Velma anywhere near my children.
She's not a good person in this.
Let's see. Daphne's parents don't look like her. Thought that was weird. And they bring it up, and they just like we'll tell you why you have orange hair. I'm like, yeah, please. I don't know why, because I didn't know if they were. I still didn't know if they were lying to her, and I'm still not sure by the end of the show if this was a whole big lie.
I don't think it was a lie.
I think it was.
It seems like quite a hassle to just get a random girl to do all this. I don't know.
Well, remember, there's reason they're specifically targeting her is because her parents are cops. Her moms are cops.
I'm sure there's more cops in town. They could have done this, but sure. Especially showing how incompetent her moms are as cops. Yeah. I don't think they were ever really threatened. I don't know how they managed to actually
do what they do. Yeah. Yeah. I have no idea.
And isn't it interesting that during the conversation, like, oh, you're our insurance in case the police bust us. And while he's describing the situation, they get busted. So it amounted to nothing.
This is true. And I think this is also I'll pass it on to someone else.
Thanks.
Episode 6. Oh boy, what to touch on? The use of bats. There's a lot. I wrote down my notes for this episode because it finally caught me. There's so many uses of bats throughout the show so far, and I don't know if that's just trying to pay homage to the beginning title of the original Scooby-Doo.
I'm sure that's an element, for sure.
Sure, they thought they were being clever.
Yeah, they're just very frequent.
That they are.
Yeah. Velma's hallucinations are gone by the end of this episode.
Wait.
What?
No, what's that?
For the fifth time?
Earlier, Red, you stated there wasn't a reason why Daphne had orange hair?
They didn't give a reason.
She smoked.
Yeah. Daphne's mom did a lot of smoking during pregnancy.
And that gave her orange
I thought
hair.
that was the answer they gave.
That is what they gave.
Yeah. Okay. That makes it worse, but alright.
I'll go to the SCOOBI plan, I guess. The hypnotizing people to convert them to the government side or whatever nonsense.
Putting a government soldier to pull them in, to put them in like the hippie camps in order to infiltrate them.
Yeah, and the original first the original plan was them putting on a mask, and of course they had to
pulling that off. Yeah.
Then they went to hypnotism.
Do that hypnotism that stopped working after a snap. Why?
How
Whatever.
Convenient.
Precisely. So then they went to brain swapping. Well, sure, why not?
Sure.
Bit of an escalation, but sure.
Okay. Okay, I guess. Jeez, weird.
Even if the brain thing worked, which they claim it did by the end of the show, how would that convert any of the hippies?
Well, it wouldn't.
They just wanted to spy on them.
Yeah, they just wanted to destroy them from the inside.
That's believable from our government. It's just any government's going to want to infiltrate any like minor organization that's mildly disruptive, because the hippies are the reason we left Vietnam, pretty much. So they had a level of power, so that's why they wanted to infiltrate them.
As far as public opinion, yeah.
Yeah. So there is a level of like, yeah, I get they want to monitor the group, but they didn't really have to go this far. It's for comedy.
What power do flowers have?
Ow.
Nobody comment on that. Nope. Just let him sit with that.
Oh, that hurt. Okay.
Does anybody have anything else for this episode?
Notes. Unfortunately, all my notes just don't make sense with my memory here.
Awesome.
So
happens to be this one.
There's a line in the dialogue that I like. It's "Damn it, I knew atheism was a gamble." I thought that was kind of funny. I smirked at it because it's a gamble. Because why not be religious and guarantee yourself into heaven if God is real or whatever. So I was amused. I like getting. I found it was a funny jab.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's weird. So they end up finding Purdue's lab underneath Fred's manor, right?
Oh yeah. No.
Yes.
Is that this episode?
Yes.
Yes. This is where the wall of bricks falls on Fred and Velma.
And then her dad shows up there and helps her out, and she was sitting on Fred's face, and he's very, very happy about that.
Yeah.
No.
Oh yeah.
And then she finds the piece of paper.
It says Jinkies.
Convenient.
Jinkies.
That paper I didn't like. I didn't like that paper at all.
I didn't either.
Was it
very convenient? And if you had to write anything, that was your clue. Was Jinkies?
Jinkies.
That is such a terrible clue. The fact that they made anything out of it is incredible.
It couldn't have been Zoinks, Jeepers, or Mystery Machine because those are drugs.
That is true. That is canon.
They only let Velma keep her her catchphrase. Everybody else lost theirs to drugs.
Yep.
Much in the same way the actors did.
Wow. The Russian girl that gets bought off her contract actually gives Fred some decent life advice while she's stealing his shit or the family shit about having to stand up for himself. And I'm like, there was a minor story here, is what I thought. And then
they also brought up something pretty big where Fred was willing to kill his dad.
Oh, yeah, that happened too.
She's like, "Do you want me to kill your father?" And he was like,
he was considering it.
Yeah, let's do it. And then
she runs away with the painting and stuff. So Fred was going to kill his dad. And they glossed over that really quickly.
Don't you see? Don't you see? All white boys are unstable. That's the message.
The rich ones, anyways.
Apparently,
that one went over my head. And we get Gigi almost dying because she got stung by bees going through the trash for the pants.
Oh, yeah.
Because Velma used up the adrenaline shots or something. What a connection. Awesome payoff.
Norval decides he's going to be tough and aloof and doesn't... He does what he technically should be doing, which is to make himself be, not as... people pleasing, but he does it.
He turns himself into Velma because then he starts missing calls.
Yeah. Well, he does the the funny thing, which is to go overboard and just like totally change his personality like 180 degrees, which is not what you should be doing if you have a
But
problem like
don't
that.
you see, it's funny.
It's funny. It is funny comedy. No, but yeah. So, and he like wears a freaking rip off of like Build-A-Bear leather jacket. It says "I'm a bad bear" on it or something, and sunglasses, and then he realizes, oh, I messed up. I need to be a doormat.
Yep.
And yeah, so that's pretty much the end. The end mostly for his character development. He's pretty much going to be this way for the rest of this episodes. I think that's all I got.
Ryder, you brought up earlier that the hallucinations stop here, and boy, did it bug me.
Yeah, because her dad believes him, and she believed. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I'm tired.
Fest. Come on, man.
Yeah, it was a terrible interaction.
Oh, I agree.
The hallucination doesn't believe you, Dad. Must believe me. What? It doesn't make sense. He's put on the spot. Of course, he's always going to... Even the second time where it actually works, why would she then believe him on the spot?
I don't know. Because how would the hallucinations know that he really believes her?
I know. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Because the hallucinations are her. It's not an outside force. It is Velma's mind. So it doesn't make any sense.
Wait. You're telling me this show, and this moment in this show, doesn't make any sense?
That is what I'm saying. Yes.
Among many, yeah.
Okay.
I guess my last bit is Daphne's moms are super badasses all of a sudden. So, you know, they're really good cops for this one instance. And
they are what they need to be.
Yeah, they are what they need to be. They round up everybody except Daphne's mom, who gets a jump scare with the killer at the end. That is it for me.
That whole bat bit allowing the mom to escape was awesome.
Yeah. Huh.
Very convenient.
That's what that always paying off for, man.
Sprinks, did you have anything else for this episode?
Episode 6. I don't.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. On to 7. I'll start it off with Sophie's death in the beginning here, air quotes, where the dad did not seem to care too much. He's like, "Oh no, you're dead. Let me just calmly look over and read this passage on the wall and kind of forget you died." Then she's not really dead. It's interesting how they portrayed the situation.
I said curfews don't stop ghosts. Sorry, I was reading my notes out loud. My bad.
Oh, that's all right. The whole ghost thing was infuriating.
Well, people believe in ghosts far more than they believe in a serial killer.
That's true.
Apparently here they do.
I'll bring it up now. I didn't bring it up earlier. The Daphne's parents' motives were to sell crystals to idiots to then go to a non-extradition country.
Yeah. And Velma still continues to ignore Daphne, who wants to talk to her friend.
Yeah. So just everyone here is stupid.
Yeah.
I guess they're consistent.
I don't mean to go backwards, but just that just reminded me how Daphne finds out that her mom's adopted her, but she finds the photo of her as a baby with him holding her, and she opens it and she takes off they photoshopped it, but they put like a sticker over the new adopted baby sign, and it's the baby we found in a cave or whatever on top of it. The banner.
They worked really hard, which is fucking... I thought it was dumb.
Yeah. Anyways. Terrible. But yeah, Fogfest.
Yeah, Sprinks, you got something?
Oh,
do we just want to jump to the meat of Fogfest? Yeah. Sorry.
I'll just go to the most painful part, which was the chase scene in the show of using the original Scooby-Doo
Right.
soundtrack.
I
And
don't think that was the
just-
original soundtrack, was it? I think it was
Yes.
Yeah, it was
No,
original.
it was a
Oh,
piece from the
okay.
original 60s show.
Okay.
And just going over everything that happens in a normal chase sequence in the show, in the 60s show, and just making fun of it and stating how stupid it is. Like the going through doors came off as a joke. The let's change outfits was a joke.
Yep. Because
It was one of the most, I think, out of every episode, this was the most painful part to me.
This is definitely the most infuriating for me. Do you have anything specific to add to that? Because it's just.
No, I agreed with all those statements.
Yeah.
It was not good all around.
No.
It was quite insulting.
Yeah. You can. My notes are in all caps, and I said, "How dare you even attempt to make a callback, you fucking trash show."
Oh.
Yeah, I was pissed off, and then I said they proceed to make fun of the classic things, and I just went, no, I'm angry now. Okay, well done, show. You pissed me off.
You didn't even watch that much Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, because I watched the classic. This is my Scooby-Doo experience, or was.
I mean, the song used was from the classic, so
Yeah.
it's true. They're not playing What's New Scooby-Doo. Velma's thought process on how to connect Santa Claus to a secret hidden number, absolutely mind-boggling. It's so dumb. It made it didn't connect dots to make sense of what she was thinking or portraying, speaking out loud to the audience. It was just random gibberish to just move along to where she needed to be.
I didn't write it down, so I don't really remember that too well. But, yeah, bad. Very good. Oh, okay. I thought it was episode 8 where she dressed up as a man. It was this one.
Nope, it was this one.
Then this is my least favorite episode.
I think it's my least favorite episode subjectively. I don't know about objectively my least favorite. I hate a lot of them objectively, mind you. So whatever. What do I know?
I brought it up earlier how they bring up issues, but instead of talking about the issues, they just blame and take the easier route. That's all this episode is. So they could bring up men problems, but no. All we get is Velma talking about how easy it is to be a man, and you can do anything if you're a man and get away with it. You could do something stupid and everyone claps, but if a woman did it, you'd be made fun of.
Oh,
That's interesting.
Let's talk about the abstract art bit.
Oh, where she just puts her butt on a blank canvas?
And everyone claps. First of all, accurate, but we do that for females too. So, well, I don't, but people do. So, that one annoyed me a little bit.
Wow, that entire montage irritated me.
That montage is not good.
I don't know if it was part of the montage or afterwards, but it shows Velma using a urinal.
Yeah.
That's part of the montage.
Yep, that was part of the montage.
I don't really know what that's really supposed to signify, other than it just shows her using the bathroom. Whatever.
I'm not going to comment on that one.
All right, someone else bring something before I deep dive.
I got something. I got
we
something
don't want
small.
me to deep dive.
I got something small. So Velma gets mad at Norville again because she always does, and pretty much yells at him for being a man of reason. You know, you talked me out of my flat Earth phase, and I'm like, you know what? That's character assassination. Velma being mind you, this is character assassination from all the previous iterations because Velma would never believe in flat Earth theory. Especially since later on we find out she had a crush on Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's inconsistent. You can't do both. You can't have both, show.
You don't have to agree with everything someone believes. Like, she could disagree with Neil deGrasse Tyson about planets.
I'm not gonna dive into that one. That's just dumb.
Yes, it is.
It's just
Ugh.
it rubbed me wrong because just Neil deGrasse Tyson's a fucking astrophysicist. Like it doesn't work. Like,
She's got a crush on him.
these character traits are incompatible.
The invisible ink reveal on the Jinkies paper was, it just seems so easy. Like everything related to the mystery is just handed to Velma. She doesn't really do that much.
Yeah,
and every time she does, it's wrong. And it's wrong for superficial reasons.
Yep.
Like, Fred was guilty because he was a privileged white guy. Okay. Anything else back that? No, not really.
Well, yeah, he was at the restaurant and he had.
Yeah, he was at a restaurant.
Yeah.
And a photo was taken of him. Guilty.
Circumstantial. Yes.
No, so it's just lame. You could go so much with a Velma show. She's the smart one. You could have a smart show. This could be like Elementary or something. And we don't get that.
Yeah, this is a lot of wasted potential.
They took the lowbrow route.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people criticize the show for having no Scooby-Doo and say you can't have a Scooby-Doo show without Scooby-Doo. I disagree.
That's the least of the show's problems, really.
Yeah, I disagree. I think these characters have enough to spearhead their own project. So this could have been a good show if they tried and weren't spiteful, hateful people.
Whoa, easy there. That sounds like a summary. We still got 3 episodes left, man.
Let's see. Yeah, Velma is trying to get Daphne's attention, which is ironic considering that Velma's ignored Daphne up until this point.
Well, she only notices people when they're not there anymore.
Yeah, she only notices people when they are relevant to her.
Well, yeah, that too. Yeah.
So she tries, and then Fred interrupts and asks Daphne to Fogfest because correct decision.
I know you said Fogfest, but it sounded like you said Fuckfest for a second there.
Sure.
Well, that was a joke they made.
That was a joke.
That was.
Yeah, they were like Fogfest, more like fuck this fest.
Oh, okay. And see, I was
laughing on the inside.
You see, I reached my notes and I realized the whole why you thought it was dumb. Like she used her mom's old stories to fucking kill spiders, and she forgot that she did that, and that's how she remembers the clue. Oh, okay, that's bad. Yeah. Sorry, I just reached that point in my notes.
Yeah, it's all bad.
Oh, it's bad. It's not good. It's
Oh man, that's fucking terrible. Oh.
And the fact that everyone fell for Velma's disguise. Yeah, Manny. I thought it was bad. If I was being generous, I'd be like, well, it's a cartoon. But I'm not going to be generous to this show, so I hate it.
They haven't earned it.
So
you have to earn our generosity. We have to actually like your show.
So I know everyone in this town is stupid, but no. Everyone already hates her, so I don't think they would fall for a mustache and combed hair. And her grabbing at her groin.
Hey, look,
and nut tapping people.
Everyone fell for the combed hair and mustache for Hitler, so why wouldn't they fall for it with Velma?
It's got a point.
Well, they thought Fred was Hitler, right?
Yeah, exactly. So they,
Well, and they constantly think that Velma's a boy.
But the story is here that what the writers are really trying to tell us is Velma is so evil that she's the opposite. She's the charismatic part of Hitler. The part that everyone thought was, the hero that was coming to save Germany, giving everybody jobs. That's what they saw in her before, she turned evil and killed thousands of people. Whatever.
Well, you could argue that he was always evil, but yeah. Oh yeah, but
yeah.
Fred's the one that unmasks her.
Yeah, the stash. Her real stash. It wasn't a.
Because he's been fantasizing with a VR headset. Because that works.
Right? His dad is trying to cure him, I guess. That's.
I don't know. Well, they also don't know how VR works.
They don't.
Because he said he recognized how her hand felt, which you wouldn't in a VR headset. And 2, they'd have to program the game to have Velma in it, or the experience, what have you.
Okay.
Which is something the dad wouldn't want.
There's no Scooby-Doo VR game?
Not yet.
Not that I know
You
of.
can,
Not
you can
yet.
make that.
Uh,
$20 idea for it right there.
Okay.
Springs. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh.
No. Go ahead, Springs.
No. What?
Okay. Springs. We haven't said much lately.
Well, with this episode,
Yeah, this one I kind of
This-
don't
this-
have much to say either.
I got a lot
I-
to say about this episode, so
that's kind of all. There's a good majority of the show was me watching it and zoning out a bit, and realize, hey, I haven't written anything down in the last 5 minutes. So all I really have is the
Yeah,
last
same,
note
yeah.
I have for this episode just says my heart hurts.
Jesus Christ.
Good.
So
I
honest.
don't have much.
Damn. All right. I'm gonna. Well, Crimson, do you have anything? Because I'm gonna rapid fire through a bunch of things I hate about Fogfest. Unless you got some stuff too.
I mean, I'm sure you'll cover what I got, so go ahead.
All right. So
I'll
writers.
comment if
uh,
necessary.
All right. So the serial killer's at Fogfest. Velma calls his cell phone. Apparently, the writers had never been to a festival. This doesn't surprise me because they don't get out and they have no idea how to write people. But you know how difficult it is to hear someone's cell phone going off at a fucking fair? It's
Could have
very,
vibrated.
it's very difficult. And she heard it from on top of the fucking tower while he was, I don't know, 20 booths away. Like he's pretty far. And she heard it from the top of the fucking like standing ride. So that was dumb. Velma, who's not supposed to be athletic, is able to climb down from the tower. Really dumb.
I thought she fell.
Falls to her death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she
So
tried
she
to
died
climb
for like
down.
the 4th time now.
She tried to climb down and then she fell. So, whatever. Then,
It's also designed so people can't climb out.
yeah,
Kind of the whole point.
and she just fucking does it.
Not in Crystal Cove.
Not Crystal Cove. We have our magic fog, such a wonderful writer's tool.
Yeah.
Literally,
It's Fogfest.
literally things teleport in the fog. It's not to
Yeah,
the point where it was
that is
really
true.
annoying.
That was something they stated.
Yeah, yeah, something where they stated, and you know what? It happens. Clothes swap people on people all the time.
things you're holding swap.
Yep. It's annoying that the serial killer didn't get rid of the cell phone or silence it after Velma previously called him within the safety of her house. Let's see. What else do I got? All the girls start flirting with Velma because she's really manly. That's whatever. It's weird.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's no giant blaring 18-wheeler at this Fogfest.
That's true.
Which is a reference to the Mystery Incorporated show.
Yep. Norval is a closed-minded moron, and I think they had something for him in this show about being really trying to overcompensate for something, which would be an interesting message to deliver. They fuck it up because the show can't stick any landing.
Was Norville in character to hyper focus on this king and queen thing and ignore Gigi?
If they tried to focus down on the point, which was he's overcompensating, I think it would work. The problem is they don't. They don't do that. They don't do anything with it. He was just being a bit of an asshole and focusing on himself. So yeah, it is out of character. So
Especially since it's something Gigi didn't want,
Yeah.
which is stated afterwards, and then but before it says, you know, Norval will do whatever is told to him to do.
they could have done something with this. They just did nothing, which is worse. It's like, so yeah, I agree he's out of character, but they could have done something to make it in character because there was an interesting setup for this potential, but they didn't do anything with it. We have a very, very sexist speed run. It was whiplashing inducing. Yeah. Okay, Daphne and Velma are gonna try things as girlfriends now, which is fine, I guess. Just
I mean, I still don't see the.
there
I
has
don't
to be
see
chemistry.
why Daphne would be interested in Velma. I could see, I guess, Velma being interested in Daphne. But I don't,
Yeah,
because Velma's just been terrible to Daphne this whole time.
Yeah, such a terrible friend. And we get a bit of an explanation of that in the last episode, which helps, but not enough. We already kind of touched over the doors and the it's a bad episode. That's all I got pretty much for the major things. There's a bunch of small things that I still have, but those are the major ones.
Okay. And yeah, Fred gets taken by the end because he was being a moron in the mirror funny house or whatever.
Yep.
Funny. All right. Well, I guess we'll wrap that episode up. I'm sure we just dodged a bullet with me by going through it. All right. So we'll go to episode 8.
I asked for you to go dive into it.
Yeah, it's better if we don't. Episode 8. We'll start off at the beginning, actually, with the kindergarten flashbacks between Daphne and Velma. They're trying to establish their friendship early on.
Who's at fault, right? No.
Yeah, that's this episode.
This is this episode, okay.
Mm-hmm.
They see them in kindergarten and some other time.
Oh.
8th grade.
That's Fred got kidnapped last episode, just so you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I said that. True. Some Spricks.
Oh, just going to me, huh? Boy, what to cover? I'll cover this little part. Hey, do you think Velma's doing this for her mom?
No.
No, I wouldn't have
What
been
you
able to
doing
guess.
there?
Oh, just like anything is like, gotta find my mom, gotta do it for my mom, gotta solve my mom, get out of my way.
Yeah. And that's... I don't know. But Velma's motivations in this just are interesting because they're plain and clear, but there's a lot of side stuff that are just irrelevant. The Fogfest stuff was not much in progressing the plot or anything, other than Fred gets taken.
Yeah.
Wait.
It was meant that Fogfest exists to shit on the childhoods. That's what it is. That's what it's there for. It's meant to make us feel terrible and horrible and stuff like that. They succeeded.
Yes. Sister, got something?
The whole Gigi sending signals to Norville, a little bit funny, just because of how extreme it went to the point of, it's just ridiculous, obviously.
I find it amusing because I'm also probably just as dense. You need to hit me over the head. Not as dense. Not as cartoonishly dense, but I'm really bad at picking up signals, so...
So I got a little bit of a chuckle out of that whole situation. That was some good comedy. I also, it was kind of interesting getting kind of at least like a Fred by himself little storyline.
Well, it's not by himself. He's got...
Well, no, but outside of like the other gang, character. Yeah. Kind of, because again, like I kind of liked his whole prison little bit where it was kind of interesting seeing him outside of a normal environment. So it was kind of interesting to see what they did with him, and I think those some of the more funny parts of this episode were that kind of little B plot with the brains in jars.
The not so dead girls.
Yeah, they're not so dense dead girls. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We get in this episode we get the wonderful line of, "Help! I can't find Fred, and I hear you people are great at tracking." From Fred's mom to Velma.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
She says she's not Samoan.
Yep.
I think. Yeah.
She's not Samoan. But who really is?
I'll jump to the jars where Fred is getting around.
Getting with all of them, yeah.
I don't know how they didn't realize that was happening since they can all see each other.
They gotta sleep sometime, man.
Somehow, because it was just the brains floating in the liquid, right? There was no wires hooked up to the brains themselves.
Well, no, there were, and they had the little eyeballs.
Well, that's on the lids. I mean, physically connecting the brain to the lid. It was just a floating brain, right?
No, there was some wires.
Okay. Then never mind on that part, but nevertheless, they would still know what Fred is doing because he's in their presence, trapped in that room.
Are you sure?
Yeah, and I guess they could play that they're the dumb popular girls card, but that's
They actually
something
are.
that they're trying to get against in the
Well,
messaging, I think.
Well, and it's weird because they play against it. Like they make them be actually kind of I don't want to say like unnecessarily, but like they make them a little bit more aware of themselves than I think they're presented early on in the early episodes.
Yeah,
It's kind of weird.
which is a bit out of character, I guess.
Take that what you will.
All right, so we get Velma jumping this gap that has happened in this room.
Yes.
And we get an insulting Bionic Woman reference.
Was that what
Terrible.
that was? Oh.
Yeah, they did the toot 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 toot. It wasn't the exact same tune, but you could tell that's what they were going for with the slow-mo and everything. So
Also, it may have just been me, but the gap looked like it was a foot.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
I think that's part of the joke.
part of
It
the
was
joke.
comically small. Yeah, it was comically short. Yeah.
And then she falls. Oh no, she's going to die again. And then her mom just shows up out of nowhere.
Yeah. I don't know.
Saves the day.
I don't know if she's in a position to even fear fall damage anymore, given the state of the show.
No, she's not afraid of heights.
I-
Or at least shouldn't.
No, after her busting through that wall with the rolling backpack, I think she'd be safe. Yeah, the mom coming out of nowhere. It's cliche, but it also just doesn't make sense here. There would have been no time for her to save her without her being seen in the first place.
Yep.
No.
I mean, I agree.
And then we get the Mystery Machine-ish reveal.
The what?
Yeah.
Mystery Machine-ish
The
reveal.
origin of the Mystery
That's-
Machine
yeah,
is that it belongs to Velma's mom.
And it's
Yay.
but you also can't call it the Mystery Machine anymore because that's the name of a drug. And
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo can do nothing, can do anything except be associated with drugs of any kind.
Yeah, that's why Norville doesn't do drugs at all. He's sober.
Okay.
Has he mentioned?
Sober
Oh, he
drugs.
hasn't much at all.
Sprinkles.
Oh.
In a little bit of conversation, I don't exactly know earlier on in the episode, but who said it or how it came about. It stated that Fred has a brother.
Probably off at Harvard somewhere.
No, I think he died or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think he died. I don't remember what the context was. It was brought up though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Because his brother would be next in line to run the business.
Yeah, that ran over my head, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, because I believe there is no. I mean, this is a new character being added.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he's had a brother in the other shows. But I'm not super
Scooby
deep
has.
in my Scooby-Doo lore.
Yeah, there's Scooby.
I know Daphne has sisters.
Sisters.
Depending on which version, yeah.
We all look the same.
No, but I thought Fred was an only child, but they threw that in. Unless I'm mishearing it, and it was said as in like a dude moment, like brother.
No,
I don't
No.
he
think
has
I.
no friends. He
You
has
got
no
it
friends.
right.
Yeah.
So, another thing is Billy Crystal Mountain.
It's
Weird. It's just for a pun joke, because I don't think Billy Crystal has any connection to Scooby-Doo, unless he voiced a character in some episodes sometime. But
Yeah, I actually voiced the whole gang, I think, in one of those weird spin-offs in the 90s or something.
That would be weird, but okay.
I don't know how accurate that is, but okay. I feel like I would have heard of that, but okay.
Let's see.
It's not real. There you go. I ruined the illusion. Sorry.
So Daphne hacks into the phone by using
Mhm.
a black light to see the fingerprints.
That's a real thing.
Is it?
Yeah,
Just
Kind of,
normal
yeah.
fingerprints?
it is a thing that you
Well-
can do. It didn't give her it wouldn't give her the combination. It would just give you the numbers that are most used.
I thought you
Yeah,
had to
so-
have something that could
I mean-
be seen under black light on your fingers to do that.
Mhm. Depends. I
Just
don't know.
normal fingerprints show with just black light? I don't think that's right. Is it?
I don't know.
Because whenever you use a black light anywhere, you'd see fingerprints everywhere.
I'll look it up.
Well, Crimson unfortunately wasn't like a wear down
'Cause
to
in like National
reveal
Treasure,
542.
National Treasure, he has to put something on that presidential token or whatever.
Mind you,
for-
someone deflects a bullet with a sword in this. I'm not going to expect much. Whether it's
You
true or
have
not.
to. You have to dust it with fluorescent dye.
There you go. So yeah, that didn't make sense to me. And then the password being 1234. Come on.
You come on.
It's funny.
Yeah,
It could have been 44321.
but it wasn't.
No.
It could have been.
Smart killer.
You wanna go back and forth on this or what?
No, 'cause I
No.
know my statement's correct. And we see Daphne and Olive going to take photos for the calendar, which
And Velma
wasn't
gets
thing?
manipulative, possessive, and an asshole.
Oh, yeah, she fakes a panic attack.
Classic.
That's terrible.
Whew, man. That's going to trigger a lot of fucking people.
I'm sure it would. And that's a sore spot brought up once they're trapped in the ravine that they should have died falling into in the first place.
Mhm. And
Oh, Sinister, you gonna something coming up?
no, I'm
That's
just,
what I'm going for.
Oh.
Sinister, say something.
Yeah. What do you want me to say?
I don't know. You're egging me on. So I'm egging you
I'm
on.
egging you on. I
It's-
think in
Your turn to
I
make a
think what
point.
you I think what you're trying to say is that the thing that I'm trying to go at is that they're setting all this stuff up so that you can be like, wow, Velma's like a really bad person in this. I don't really like her. And then Daphne's like, listen, I'm sorry. I was doing it all on purpose because I liked when you're like that. I like that kind of attention. It's like, okay, no, stop. It's not okay. That's not good. That's unhealthy.
Yeah.
Stop.
What?
You're putting this in a positive light unnecessarily. Stop it.
Yeah. The whole thing is the idea of why Daphne is attracted to Velma is that Velma is possessive and really pays attention to her. Well,
Sometimes,
not
when
in this
she-
show,
yeah.
but
Off screen.
off screen, apparently, she was very, very possessive of their friendship and loved and adored Daphne, and she just wanted that attention and appreciated it, which is something. That is something to have a base for a foundation to something. But man, this is just bad.
And we find out in this episode that Daphne had a crush on Gigi at one point.
So,
Obsessive crush.
so this confirms that
Yeah.
she's just been bisexual the whole time. I'm fine with that, I guess.
Well, what drives me nuts is the love triangles and squares and nonsense in this.
Nonsense.
Yeah.
It's nonsense. It's crazy even for a soap opera.
Then again,
I think
then
it was
again, I'm
October.
then again, I'm used to Riverdale, so I don't know. This just seems like par for the course for teenage drama for me.
I mean, it shouldn't be though. This is really not good. I think a teenage drama should be a little bit better than this.
I would hope. But not in
I
this
think
case.
a love interest should be focused on one person, to one person, not one person sees four and the one of those four is another four, and it's a double decahedron of love, and it's a problem.
We got Norville with Gigi and Velma. We got Velma with Daphne, Fred, and Norville by the end when she says his name. We get Daphne with Gigi, Fred, and Velma. Fred with Daphne and Velma. It's everywhere. There's too much.
Yeah, I would have preferred them grounding the story a bit. You know, it's just like I said,
I would have.
if Daphne and Velma is the relationship they wanted to build, they should have put their time and effort into that rather than developing this web of stupidity.
Come on, you're telling me you didn't watch those classic Scooby Doo's and think, oh yeah, all these guys they want to bang each other. That's the under. You not realize this.
Well,
That underlying
well-
sexual tension is what made all of that work.
Well, according to Velma, they all it's a sex van, so I guess everyone just does it in the van as a group. I don't know.
I mean, yeah. That underlying sexual tension is what floors them to solve mysteries. Without that, no Scooby Doo.
If I'm remembering correctly, in one of the early episodes of the classic 60s Scooby-Doo, there's an episode where Daphne makes the two groups of who's splitting up, and Fred rolls his eyes to correct Daphne, who then says Fred and Daphne will go off by themselves. So I think the classic cartoon always had Fred and Daphne as the pair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like the only air quote relationship, because even then it wasn't that much. It was there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd
'cause it
agree
was
with
meant
that.
to-
Because they didn't focus on relationships because it didn't matter
It didn't-
to solving the mysteries.
They didn't need to. They vibed as a group of friends. Seriously,
I miss that in cartoons. A lot of the stuff now is like hyper focused on relationship stuff like that. It's not necessary in every single situation.
Oh, you old man.
I am, but doesn't mean I'm wrong.
No, the Joneses and the Blakes don't have a secret syrup meth drug situation.
that was funny. Thank you. I appreciated that.
That's a Riverdale reference.
It's a Riverdale reference.
To go off of this episode,
No wonder I don't get it. Yeah.
where in my thought that this episode out of all of them is the most feels like the filler episode, even though it's one gradual story. It does feel like that filler episode because it has the not necessarily flashbacks, like the different points of time to what people's stories were going on.
Non-linear story.
Mhm.
Yeah, with Ryder, if you can remember, it reminds me of that one episode of Riverdale where it split up the groups for 3 all in a day's time of what they were doing.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And
I got
Jughead
you.
and Archie were like selling drugs, and Betty and Veronica were doing something, and Cheryl, whatever. But it gave me that feel of an episode, and it just being that the structure was way off compared to any other episode so far of being relatively linear. It was a creative change, but it didn't make it feel like it was needed.
Yeah.
It was put in there as like a trope of like, hey, this is something teen drama shows do.
Yep. I would agree. That's why it's there. It's a very CW thing as well. They love telling their stories with flashbacks these days, and
especially with the meta jokes all around it of Velma explaining this is what would happen if it was a TV show.
yeah, which is it gets annoying after a while.
Anyway,
Yeah,
for
and
episode
it's-
8, I do have one last thing to touch in my
Go
notes, but the fact that the cabin that they start in and then go through the whole adventure to get Fred and the mom and then get the mystery jalopy out. The cabin is about 20 feet above a whole pool of lava.
Yeah, that was weird. I wrote that in my notes too. I'm like, and lava's just here for some fucking reason. Okay.
Yeah, that close to the surface. Very weird.
Yeah. And convenient while they were escaping, and we see the lava, that the car happened to land right in front of them to ramp up. I was lucky.
Yep.
Yeah, it was like a Disneyland ride. It was just on
Yeah.
track.
I thought so after Norville outs Velma for faking her fucking hallucinations to Daphne, and they get angry and pissy. Both Daphne and Gigi just angrily leave, and we have like less than a minute, I think, before they go outside to follow, and they are stuck at the ledge, and they said they were going to go off and find the serial killer, and I have no idea where that motivation came from.
Yeah, I can't help you with that.
And that is why they collapsed into the ravine.
Yeah, not good. So we've seen they've been trying to change Fred because the feminism book and everything, and he brings up how he doesn't see women for their looks but for their brains now. And then by the end here, he chucks Brenda's jar to escape.
Yep.
So what am I supposed to take from that? I thought Fred was a changed man, but then he just tries to murder somebody.
I mean, what life is that, living inside of a jar?
They seem fine with it. And they seem to love it later. So I don't think it was much of an issue.
Would you do it?
Kill somebody?
No. But like, you have a choice between being dead or being a brain in a jar. Which one do you pick?
Well, I guess brain in a jar.
Oh, Jesus, that's bleak.
I'm just surprised that they're still alive. Like, I don't know why they're there.
Science
stuff. I get they're not the perfect candidate for Fred or whatever. Spoilers for the mystery, but it's just I don't understand why they would be left alive after they've failed. You know what I'm saying?
Wouldn't fail. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's a weird thing.
Yeah, I can't answer.
Because at that point they're just fucking evidence. I don't know.
Well, I guess they don't know who did it, so it doesn't really matter. I guess either way, it's weird they're left alive, but if they don't really know the answer to the mystery, I guess it doesn't matter in the long run.
Anything else for this episode?
No, let's get away.
For me.
Icky.
Let me quickly scan my notes. No, I like the news at the end where Fred gets all the credit from Carrie Walgren's character for saving everyone.
Yeah, that's good. Anything to take away from Velma, I'll take it.
There you go.
Yep.
Penultimate episode. We're almost done. Episode 9.
2 more from the end.
Let's see. Anything I want to start with? Norville doing a fencing competition for $1 million. Wow. And Velma took that away from him because she doesn't care about him.
Yeah, Velma's not a good person.
Talker.
In the middle of a competition.
During this, is this also set on the same day of his birthday?
Yep.
No.
Yes.
Oh, is it?
It is. That is a plot point.
She's kind of time doesn't really matter.
Took $1 million away from him. Did not care about his birthday or him in any way. Great.
Giving him the gift that he's a temporary dad.
Oh yeah, that's the whole thing. Because she's trying to convince her mom that her dad didn't have an affair while she was missing.
72 hours for some reason. Some arbitrary number. I don't understand it.
Yeah, 72 hours. I don't know.
You now have 3 days before her memory is gone. For some reason.
Because reasons.
Ryder, you're kind of a sciencey guy. Well, what's the reason for the 3-day window here?
I don't know. They wanted their J.J. Abrams countdown. They wanted their time.
They wanted stakes.
Yeah, they did. They wanted their stakes. I don't know if that's true or not. So.
Well done.
Sorry.
Audience loves a ticking clock.
Yeah.
But
this episode's just painful.
Yeah. So I said earlier there was the parts of old Scooby-Doo that they just keep bringing in to reference, but bash on. At the start of this one, when they're all in the hospital, everyone in unison speaks in a confusion except Fred. But it's the classic pulling the mask off, and they're all like, "Old man, Smithers, It's that thing, and I'm like, God, it's just worse.
Yeah.
Keep butchering it.
And we get
I wrote
the
it
awesome...
as unison Unison confusion.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
That's right.
We get the awesome Velma line of how the white guy with the clipboard doesn't matter. And she wants to hear from the actual doctor. And the doctor doesn't want to say anything, so she goes back to the white guy for information.
Yep.
Awesome.
I like that it's Carrie Walgren again. So all she does is just sass and immediately leave, and I'm like, yep. I was okay with that because I didn't, why drag her through the mud even more?
Sinister, you got a point to bring up?
Oh, where do I begin? It's really weird. This whole Tucker. This episode's weird. All these episodes are weird. It's weird how the whole what we know of their family relationship is that it wasn't really a good relationship, for the most part, other than just the normal father loves their kids, mom loves their kids, that just the intrinsic stuff that goes along with it. Mm-hmm. So it's weird that they kind of keep putting on this facade, I guess, just so they can figure out to understand the mystery is one thing, but it's this. I kept thinking the entire time this was going on, her mom was just making this up, and was just putting them through this just to for some twisted reason. It didn't seem necessary otherwise. So it was just odd that it was finally, oh no, it was all legit. It's okay, I guess it's fine that I didn't guess it correctly. That I'm glad they got one over on me, but it's also this doesn't feel like that fits. It feels like it's so obvious that it's not real, that it should go this way, and to not do it just seems weird. I don't know.
Also, the fact that she remembers after the 72 hours, making it pointless, would strengthen what you just stated.
Yeah. Wait, I know now.
Yeah, for some reason.
Yeah, she's happy to be out of her loveless marriage. That's why she remembers.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah, that's the happiest moment of her life. Yeah.
Whatever fucking line of dialogue they threw out.
And Norval gets yeah, we already said it in the beginning, but Norval gets a really raw deal this whole episode. It's really painful to watch.
Yeah, it's just another day in being Velma's friend, how she treats you.
I found it a little odd how Sophie was acting in this one.
Submissive?
Well, no, she was actively against this whole putting on a facade for the mom. So I found it a little weird how against it she was.
Oh.
Because I feel like a normal, nice person would at least give it a shot.
Well, we haven't really seen her being a normal, nice person, Ray. I don't know.
We haven't seen her be terrible. We've seen her be weird.
Seen her be... Well, she's a little terrible to, Velma. In the form of just, it kind of seems with a few exceptions, there's a couple times I've been, fairly, amicable or, just acquaintancy or whatever. But I think for the most part, it's just... I don't know. She acts how she needs to act for the story to make sense in the moment. Mm-hmm. That's most of the characters in this. They act how they need to act in order for this story to make some form of sense, or to be at all plausible,
to facilitate this. Yeah. The plot moving along.
So if she needs to be really against something, they'll make her be really against something. If they need her to be agreeable or nice to Velma, they'll make her be nice and agreeable to Velma. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Ryder, you got something to bring up?
Yeah, they do a fake out with Norval's dad being the serial killer.
Oh, that pissed me off. Made no sense.
And not only did it make
absolutely no sense.
It made no sense. Well, I mean, the fake out was fine, but the fact that nothing happened, she didn't. I'm assuming she just immediately ran to the police, and he just left standing there in his office, wonder why she's so freaked out, and then just went back to work.
Yeah, that's what I like. Once we got a reveal or whatever, I was just okay, wait, and it's edited really badly. because it's edited. He comes in, it's really creepy and all this stuff, and it looks so obvious.
And he's like, "How is
that
your
he's like-
mom doing?" or something
Yeah.
like that effect.
And then it just cuts, and then like cut away from that, and then they're
It
just
just
eating
cuts to
dinner.
dinner party. It's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck happened?
Yeah, and it's just like, how did she get out of that room? Where did she go? Like, how does that set it up? It's just like the only reason it works is because they edit it.
They edited
make
it so
it
to
work.
work. Yeah.
Yeah. But if you stop and think about it for a moment, you're like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. How did she get there? How did she go from this point to that point without anything else happening? No. So, yeah, that's bad.
It was giving me Black Hood feels of just everyone pointing out like your parents could be the killer.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Just more proof that Velma is not good at investigating, because she thought welding mask equals killer. That was her evidence.
Yep.
There was nothing else connecting Norville's dad to the killings. It was just, he owns a welding mask.
I think
He
that's
must be the
same-
killer.
That's the same moto they went with a Black Hood. Oh, you have a Black Hood in your locker. Oh my God, you're the killer. It's you.
And
You
yeah.
murdered everyone.
That's
Yeah.
that's the mob mentality.
It's pretty much.
Yeah.
It's so
yeah.
pathetic.
I do like
pathetic.
that Norville's dad remembered his son's birthday and, made him a sword. Even if it looks terrible, it's still,
Yeah.
he still went through the effort of making it.
I wish my dad would make me a sword.
True, but it's also played in the show just to show his innocence of proof, much
Yeah.
like Fred with cutting a steak.
Yeah, I agree.
See, he's so bad at making swords, he can't be the killer.
Yeah, exactly.
So
What?
just making another guy bad at something.
Yeah, like I said, I like the concept of him just making his son a gift, and then they took it the other direction and just made a joke out of it because
Yes, they
What?
brought in a tank.
yeah, to knock down their wall.
Funny.
And then, of course, Norville says he doesn't care about that and then makes some really bad Lord of the Rings reference.
Oh, you didn't like it?
No,
No,
You love Lord of the Rings.
I do.
I do. Yeah.
Crimson, who are you talking to?
Both of you. You both must love it when it's uttered
No!
in anything.
Not like
No
this.
exceptions.
No, that's not how references work.
What?
I know. Shocking.
Oh, shoot. The MCU's been training me wrong.
Now, yes, Warner
Yeah,
Brothers has the
that's
IP
true.
to it, so it's allowed.
again.
Yeah. References don't inherently make your thing good. This is
No.
a lesson that I will repeat into
Are you
deafening.
sure? I don't know. I think you need to teach a college level course on that. I can't trust you otherwise.
If you have a pile of garbage and then you take a nice, ready, hot meal and you put the meal in the garbage, the meal
Oh, wait, I
becomes
know where this
garbage,
is-
right?
I didn't know where that was going.
That's fine.
Is it
Put
still
it
a
on
meal? Would
somewhere.
you take it out? It still tastes good? No.
You really should have changed that at the ending to subvert my expectations. I really feel like I
I did.
knew
You
what was
didn't know
going.
where it was going.
No, I did. I did know where I was going, but you really should have tried to make it so I didn't know where you were going. That's
Well,
that's
maybe
a
I got
that's a
an
good
audience member.
that's a good writing.
There you go.
I'll touch on Velma's dad. Says he has gone 2 years without a TV remote and still blames Velma's mom.
That's funny.
That's just stupid.
Stupid.
Yeah,
It's funny how stupid it is.
it's funny how stupid. Daphne and
Funnily stupid.
Fred come up with a plan to be popular again because they both get X-nayed out of the popular group just because. Well, Daphne was willing to leave them all behind to die because they wouldn't have done anything to save them if their situations were reversed.
Yes, and brains are the new hot fad.
Apparently, yes. Oh yeah, because there was
Freaking
someone on
irritated
TV
me.
about there was someone gonna cut their head open because they wanted to be like them.
It was like a
The only
TikTok
thing-
It was so bad.
The only
Ugh.
thing stated was only attractive people are popular. That was so much of this show was the privilege that attractive people get. And they lost their attractiveness and now they're the hot thing. That makes no sense with what they've been telling us. They
No,
should
but
have
it makes
not
perfect
been
sense to
popular.
be in a
anymore.
nonsense show.
Got you there.
It's accurate.
Kind of
Expecting
kind of-
consistency out of them. What am I doing?
Yeah, you should really like lower your expectations. Like a
You should expect inconsistency because that's what they add, and then it's accurate.
I should have pointed out that
I'm such a fool.
the baby that Velma's in charge to take care of this episode should have died
no.
half a dozen times.
Oh, Velma dropped the baby. It was,
Yeah,
oh
on
my gosh,
screen.
it was so bad.
The only thing she
Oh
didn't do
my
with the baby
gosh.
was throw it out with the bathwater.
I was just waiting for her to
Really?
fucking
Okay.
like hit the baby with the baseball bat over and over again because it feels like there's something this
Terrible.
Velma would do.
Okay, that's a little violent, but okay.
It's something this Velma would
She
do.
could do it.
This Velma would easily do that.
She'd do it, give some snarkier reason, and then a minute later say it's an accident.
And get away with it because that's what this film was.
It was the
capable of doing.
baby's fault.
It existed. That was enough.
Only a true ally would kill a baby.
If the masculinity
Alright.
of men didn't like
Whew.
baseball as much, then the bat wouldn't be in the house. Blah 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 blah.
Oh, you gotta be careful there, mister.
As an example,
Wow.
as a fictional example,
Yeah. It exists now.
So with Daphne and Fred's plan of
Yes.
posing a relationship to get
Uh-huh.
popular, they kiss, and Velma just happens to show up. Hey!
Yeah, because
What are you doing?
she was chasing. Don't
What
you
are you
understand? She was
doing?
chasing the rolling baby all around town to end up here in this exact specific spot at this specific moment in order to see this. How is it coincidence?
Yeah. And then Sophie and her dad show up at the same time as well.
Yeah.
To stir up problems.
And then it's feeding time right at that moment as well. What come on.
Yeah, it's just complicated. So, anyways, Velma's mom figures it out, and she's just happy to be out of her loveless marriage, and that's why she remembers that the serial killer is quote unquote her. Dun dun dun.
I'm the serial killer.
crazy.
That's the most feminist moment on this whole show.
I was wearing a welder's mask. Dun dun dun.
No, because I
And
think too often
Sinister was happy because that was his guess. It was
What?
The mother.
yeah,
Your guess was the mom was killing.
because it just seemed at least that's where the story was going. Because they were.
Oh
dropping
yeah,
lots
you
of
asked me last night before I finished Velma Crimson what my serial killers were, and I just threw out some answers. And I looked back at my notes. I actually had an answer written down in episode 1. My guess is Fred's parents were my guess. Were one of my guesses. So
Nice.
My guess was Fred's dad.
yeah, I just
My
put,
guess was the mom.
I just put it blanket Fred's parents, and I did guess the sheriff as well once I met him.
Yeah,
But he
I
was,
thought a blanket statement, the parents, and then was it around 6 or 7? I said it was the mom.
I don't remember if you ever said specifically.
I think it was
Which
around
one of them?
Fogfest area.
Might have been.
Okay, yes, 7. Yes.
Yes.
Do we have anything else here? Oh, the glasses.
Ah,
The glasses leading to the logo and everything.
how convenient.
And a new pair of glasses, not the original red ones. The one she just went out to buy before she disappeared.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it makes
great.
sense.
Good,
Mhm.
solid. Nothing else to complain about, really. That's pretty
Okay.
much all I have.
Before we,
Anyone else?
I'm done, but I guess I have a question for you guys. Before we move on,
Mhm.
was the idea is that her mom's brain had been removed while she was going around and being a serial killer or whatever, or was that the hypnotism?
That was hypnotism.
Okay.
I thought it was a hypnotism.
That's the hypnotism.
Okay.
It showed her getting hypnotized in a flashback. It never said anything about a brain removal.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know for sure.
Velma's mom's the only one who could do that stuff. Daphne's mom didn't know how to do that.
Yeah, because she actually got the research and all that stuff.
Okay, so she was a surgeon, theoretically. Then for that's
Yeah.
weird. I have no
I
idea
get
how.
what
I have
that-
no idea what Fred's mom's plan was then without her. But whatever.
Yeah. Well, even I don't know how a mystery novel writer turned into a certified brain surgeon, but yeah.
No idea. But with that, we're jumping into episode 10.
Finale.
Oh
The
boy.
best episode.
Yeah,
The best
longest
episode because it
episode.
ends.
Exactly.
Yes.
I didn't say that. You said that.
There was a
I
question mark
confirm.
at the end of that, but yes.
No, you can't say there's a question mark at the end. You have to be written down as a question mark.
Question mark. Well, since we already kind of tackled it, we'll go over the mom's motive. Yeah, Fred's mom's motive.
Makes lots of sense. Don't think about it too hard.
So, she's super successful. She took her husband's small business and blew it up into a big company. And
Sold watches that the government used for the hypnotism.
And was afraid that Fred was too stupid to take up the company. So her plan was to swap his brain with a strong, smart female brain to run the company.
But remember, specifically a female who doesn't have much to their name, so that they can understand the wealth and everything they're going to get.
Yes, understand the privileges of being a white male. I forgot about that part. How could I forget?
Yeah, I don't know how you, of all people, could forget.
Yeah. Great plan. It was freaking terrible. I don't know. Spinks, what are your thoughts on the plan?
Same as you. Terrible. Like what a whole 10
Ham-fisted.
episodes plot
Yeah.
to get to the fact that it was just Fred's mom, Mrs. Jones, trying to just change her son's brain to run the company.
Yep.
It wasn't sprinkled or
Yeah.
hinted really. It was
Sprinkled.
It was more so, yes, my own part of my own name. It was partly just more focused on the masculinity that Mr. Jones was trying to put onto Fred than anything that the mom was doing, which I guess was hinted for a cover-up so she didn't look like she was doing anything. But that's the only thing I can think of that was like hinting like she's up to something. But everything else Velma's focused on has nothing to do with it. So it's really just kind of out of the blue at the end of this reasoning.
Yeah, the only hint regarding the mom was her talk with Daphne about hiring her, and that was in the previous episode. So that isn't even like an actual hint placed early.
And I know could cover Knives Out at some other point down the line, but Crimson, I feel like this kind of fits within your
This
Knives
fits
Out
the criteria.
feeling.
Yeah,
criteria of
it
that.
really does.
I have no comment.
The voice cracked. There we go.
That's one. Yeah, and she had the paperwork to construct the brain stuff, but she did not have the skill or know how to actually do it. So she took Velma's mom, who apparently could do it. And that's where she's been this whole time, is fixing up the lab and getting it prepped for this to work.
Took her 2 years, but she finally did it.
Yeah. So a solid plan.
Let's go to the bats were attracted to the perfume. Where did that come from?
Nowhere.
Nowhere.
That's the answer.
Exactly.
Well. You see, in episode 203,
I'm also gonna say it. Fred's mom does not have the build to be the serial killer.
That was a guy body.
No, it's
for
the
sure.
outfit.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of padding.
I mean, yeah.
It's
that's
the
right. I was
Black
trying
Widow.
to
It's the
remember
Black
if
Widow
it could
Taskmaster
have been the
thing.
dad. If it could have been the dad hypnotized doing it, but we do see her in that outfit.
Yeah.
So that's right.
It is. It's the Black Widow Taskmaster thing. It doesn't fit.
It's a misdirect.
Yeah, misdirect.
The voicemails that Velma eventually gets to of
VMs.
that Norval left. Sorry, yeah, VMs that Norval left.
And
It's not emotional at all. It's just sad.
yeah, I remember.
Well, what a payout at trying to get a response of emotion somehow. It's ugh.
it's like you were really trying, show, and I would care if you made me care about the characters, but you didn't. So fuck you.
Yeah, that could have really been
Afterwards,
something
Velma
good.
even cared.
Anyways, the most excited I ever felt in this show is the fact that Norville is distancing himself and showed up at a new school that he's excited for.
Yeah,
It's the
the
most.
sword
Didn't say
school.
goodbye or anything. Gave her the same respect she gave him.
Yep.
Well, I mean, she left.
Norville. This entire episode, I think, is my favorite character because he's treating Velma the way Velma has been treating him. So.
Isn't that just nice?
Yep.
Isn't that just peaches and roses?
I mean, it's a bad show. You just want more bad characters sharing more negative, bad things to each other to fit, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ryder, do you want to cover the why am I blanking on the names? Freaking this guy, that's too stupid.
Are you sure?
Well, let's see
Alright,
the answer and then we'll see.
You blanking on.
The hypnotism stuff.
All right.
Scooby
That was in it.
So,
No,
the main part of the
her panic attacks and hypnotism stuff.
yeah. So they explain away all her hypnotism.
No,
Her
no.
panic attacks by being hypnotized to think a very specific way. That she will have hallucinations and panic attacks every time she tries to think of her mom or look for her mom. This is insulting to anyone who has to deal with anxiety or panic attacks or have hallucinations in real life. The fact that people can just is okay. All right. So hallucinations is a thing. It's very rare and it can happen, but it is not to this degree. And this is insulting to people who actually have to go through this sort of familiar thing that Velma is. They're trying to do with her. It's frankly embarrassing to call this even an attempt at explaining away problems is just horrible. It's insulting as well as it ruins any potential character development with what little we had for Velma too. And I don't even. It's bad, man. Did I cover anything, or do you want me to cover something specifically?
No, you're good.
No, that was pretty decent.
Alright.
It's nice that she remembered being hypnotized at an important moment.
Oh yeah, it's very convenient. But
Yeah, good thing she didn't remember that at all during anything. Just this important moment where it's relevant.
mhm.
It only works when funny.
Sprinks, you got something?
The glasses. Oh no, she lost her glasses.
Oh yeah, we got
Elizabeth
one
Kurgan.
last reference.
My glasses. I can't see without my glasses.
I hope this doesn't happen again.
Oh no, I'm sorry. It was our second to last reference. We have our meddling kid reference coming up.
Oh, we already had that. Yeah.
Well, no, we have one last one where she aims a gun and Norville deflects the
Doesn't
bullet.
fire. She could have shot them.
Oh, yeah.
She didn't.
She shot
She
above
had to
them
monologue.
and aimed at Norville instead, and he deflected the bullet because.
Well, that part,
Physics.
yeah. I was saying before Norville showed
Oh,
up, she
yeah.
could have just shot them.
Could
But
just
she didn't.
Was anyone like at the edge of their seats where they actually thought Fred was going to be capable of doing something for just a brief second when he was going to go after his mom?
Well, a tiny bit, but not enough where I actually considered it.
Nope, I thought he'd just like kill her. But
Wow, you went really dark with that one, huh?
Well, he was going to kill his dad.
oh, he's been a bit. Yeah, the
been-
court scene where with the knife and the steak blood on his face, and then now it's burning down laboratory. He seems like he has the potential of doing it.
We all have the potential of doing it.
Yep.
It's a hard truth to swallow.
So yeah, I felt it for about like 2 seconds, and even before he started talking to his mom when he gets upstairs, I'm like, oh, they're not going to commit to this. She's going to figure something out or do something stupid to get the gun, and she did.
Well, I wasn't stupid. He was just stupid.
She was just possessed by the ghost. Doy.
Sounds so much smarter when she said it.
Possessed by the ghost of Dr. Edna Purdue.
It sounded so much more convincing when she said it, I'm honest.
Yeah, okay. Normal hits the bullet with a sword, and it happens to hit a
Stalactite.
stalactite.
Yep.
Tight.
Yep.
Height at the top, might down some
Yeah.
stairs.
And murdered Fred's mom.
Like brutally.
Yeah.
Like really
Not too
gross
brutal,
and gory.
because Velma was okay enough to twerk on her corpse.
Yeah. And this to me, I think, encapsulated the whole show in one scene. Velma twerking over a butchered corpse where they're all spattered in blood, Daphne and Fred looking shocked, and Norville puking his guts out because he's horrified. That to me, to me encapsulated the whole show with just how utterly botched this adaptation is.
It pains me to say adaptation because it resembles nothing of the source material.
It's adaptation in name only, nothing else.
I read this. Let's see. Sprinks. You're up. I'm saying you're up.
All right, I'm up to bat. Let's swing at. Oh God, what do I have to swing? The locker. I have in my notes. The locker audio is echoey, so there's an audio change at some point. I can't remember when that is.
I can tell you exactly when. So, Daphne comes to her locker, opens it up, and finds a note left from her mother that she reads out loud. Because her mom stole $10 from her locker and left her a clue, which was a necklace.
Yes. I thought it was nice of a little, audio editing.
Yeah.
So it's something.
The necklace she picked up when we first perceived her as dead from the killer didn't have the pocket watch attachment, right? It was just a chained necklace.
Yep.
There was no pocket watch. Now a pocket watch. So, animation problem on that.
Let's see. We got the. It's this episode where Velma can't get arrested by the sheriff until Fred says that she's being a bother to him, and the sheriff gets up to arrest her. That's this episode, right?
No, Fred had to point it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Fred had to say she was being a bother for Velma to get arrested.
Because cops only take serious white people's accusations.
Yeah. So another pin in the. Well, I'm just gonna say another bullet hole in the hole of this in this show. This is
Let's see. A reference to the Mystery Machine when Fred is making the logo to his family logo, but it looks like a flower, and it's obviously a reference to the Mystery Machine itself.
Yeah, it's referencing to he's practicing painting on the Mystery Machine, the future Mystery Machine.
Yeah, I don't remember what him and Velma were talking about, but Velma was nice again.
No, this is she was trying to get him to go to the police station to get herself arrested. That's what that scene was about.
Oh, wasn't he trying to sell something in the van?
Yeah. He was trying to advertise his family's. He's trying to prove he's not dumb, and he's gonna advertise his family's business on the side of the van by painting their emblem.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they said exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Okay, so Velma's mom gets put on death row within 2 days. This is not how the court system works.
It does here.
Apparently in Crystal Cove.
It takes years to do that.
Yeah, I know. So, anyways, just pointing that out. This is very fast, unrealistic. They must have borrowed the law firm team that worked on She-Hulk. That's all I have to say.
Let's see. At the very end, Velma and her mom are enjoying TV and kicked out the dad, Sophie, and
Their child.
the baby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kick them to the curb, lock them out, because they're good people.
Obviously.
I believe it was also raining.
Yes, it was raining to pile on.
And I think Velma and her mom were watching something called Boo Boo, which I believe is a Yogi Bear reference.
I didn't pay attention. Episode was wrapping up. I was getting
You didn't
happy.
pay attention to this?
We were just
Come on,
relieved
man.
that it was almost over, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Did anyone see the last credit scene where they tried to sequel bait?
Yeah.
Sheriff died. Didn't feel anything.
Yes.
Well, he was a dick the whole time, so.
Yeah. Much like if Velma died, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't feel anything.
And then, of course, we have Norville's dad telling him to try weed.
You ever had marijuana?
He's prescribing medical marijuana to his son. What a twist.
And Velma was offered a job to be a police officer.
Which she
Like
turned-
that would ever happen.
Yeah.
She would abuse the heck out of that power.
Yep.
That would be painful to watch.
Disaster at its finest. All right.
Anyone else got anything?
Well, they end pretty much. The gang hates each other.
Yeah, they all got keys to the city and they were
Rightfully
swinging it
so.
at each other.
Yeah. Daphne doesn't like Velma because Velma said something about Norval, and she also doesn't like Norval because Norval is like trying to get her girl or something, and then Fred doesn't like Norval because he killed his mom.
Sure,
Yeah.
it'll all be resolved in episode 1 of season 2.
Oh yeah, no, that's gonna be the whole point of.
I think the
season
joke
2.
of this show is they're just going to always hate each other.
I hope so.
At this rate,
Oh,
I
I
hope
really
so. I
hope
just want to
so.
differentiate it from the real.
I want
Gang.
season 2 to come out, no one watches it, and they lose a bunch of money. That's what I want to happen.
I don't want there
Well,
to be a
part
season
of that's
2.
correct. Season 2's greenlit. It's being made.
Yeah, I don't want there to be a season 2. So I don't want it to exist at all.
Last call. Anything else from the show as a whole, I suppose?
As a whole, no. I don't think I have anything else.
Sinister?
I'm sure probably I'll think of something after we wrap up, but I think I'm fine.
The lighter?
Nope. I got out, I think, all my important points. So everything else is minor details.
Awesome. It's over.
Almost.
Just let us have this for a second, Springs.
Uh,
The hard part is done. Okay?
breathe in.
Yes.
Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. All
Boys,
right.
may forget we have a recap.
That's nothing. That's
Uh,
pure. That's pure us. That is not the show.
yeah.
All right. We can do the standard summary recap. Sure. With Sinister. Boom. Change it up.
Power of choice.
All right. Am I just doing my summary or summary?
both.
And... All right. Well, kind of knew what I was going to say for my summary beforehand, so if I mess it up now, it'd be really embarrassing. I think inherently a Velma-led show can be very, very good. Even like, I mean, I didn't really have a problem at all, really, with a lot of people I think had a problem with the race swapping. I didn't really care. I thought it was, most of the time it didn't really. I mean, I might have been more into it than just like agreeable with it if that had kind of like factored into the story in some form or fashion, but it didn't really seem to serve much other than just to have Velma kind of always being up on a pedestal with herself. But I mean, other than that, there really wasn't much of anything. I think the animation was really good. For the most part, there was a few little hiccups here and there, but honestly, I think they hit more often than they miss. So I got to at least give them credit for that. They did a very nice job with, I think, a very limited source material as far as the writing was concerned. Some of the voice actors did a good job. Like Ron Funches. A bunch of the people who did background were really good. I think Wanda Sykes and Jane Lynch were really good. I can't remember the name of the lady who did Daphne, but she also did a pretty, I think, decent job at least nailing some of like how they wrote the Daphne character for this. It's kind of both a mix of a little bit of a caring, but also a bit of a snarky and snobbiness to there as well. If Fred had been written, I think a little bit more, a little bit better, I would have really liked Glenn Howerton as Fred. I think he could have done a decent job if they'd kind of written his a little bit better of a shitty version of Fred. I guess it would have worked a little bit better, but it was fine. Now that's all the positive stuff. Down in the nitty gritty, bad stuff. This is a tip for anyone doing writing, and I'm not a writer by trade, but I think I can speak for an audience when I say, if you're going to have a main character and you really want them to be serving a message, a positive message, a message for change, a message of pushing forward positive values that you want to support, don't make them be utterly unlikable. Because then they don't look like they're pushing a positive message or something that you want to support. They look like they're being an asshole, and you don't want to agree with somebody who's being an asshole. So, strike one there. I don't know what they were thinking. And I'm not even going to say that inherently she was unlikable. They went out of their way to make her unlikable. There was very little you could do to make her be like, oh, I like that characterization of her. There was nothing. She's a shitty friend. She's a shitty person. She doesn't do anything for anyone unless it benefits her. It's just not good. And then to have her be a, quoting, feminist rhetoric back and forth just seems like a Band-Aid over all the bad stuff. So I'm fine with most of the stuff she said, but the fact that it was coming out of this character who's so poorly written to be unlikable makes me not like her and the message, which should never be the point, because the message isn't that bad. I don't know who this was written for. I really don't, because it's really neither fish nor fowl. It's not really that funny. It also doesn't really do the drama part well. It's definitely not for kids. But if you're making a Scooby-Doo show, and I know I said I really would want an adult version of it, if you're going with Scooby-Doo, kids are going to be interested in it inherently more than adults. Just how it goes. I'm an adult. I love the kid version of the quote-unquote children's versions of Scooby-Doo, but I still think they got it closer to real drama, real stakes than this did, and that's saying something. So all in all, I don't feel strongly about giving it a 2. I really feel like I want to give it a 1. But honestly, the animation and I think a lot of the voice actors put a lot of work into this that I don't want to go unnoticed. So I'm going to give it a 2. But I feel like I'm giving it a bit too much credit.
All right. I guess I'll go. So this show is just a spit in the face in any definition of that phrase. It's there's nothing redeemable about it. It's so backed by hate. It's not like humorous in the way of like South Park or Family Guy, where they take jabs at you, but you can tell it's in a fun way, and they also do it to everybody. They make fun of everybody in those shows. But in this, it's very clearly directed one way. So it really comes off as hateful and mean-spirited, and less as a fun entertainment piece, which I think movies and shows should be. Entertainment or educational. This is neither. And I agree, the animation is the best part of this. And even then, we pointed out some flaws here and there. But overall, solid looking. So I'll just jump straight to my subjective. This is, I think, the worst thing I've ever seen, just because it made me so mad while watching it. The opposite of entertainment to me is anger. And it angered me. So this is the worst thing I've seen. TV show, movie. I hated it. Felt so much disrespect towards the source material in every facet. The characters, the mystery wasn't even good. They could have had something with this. More serious take with actual murders and stuff. The original Scooby-Doo's, there weren't too much like deaths. It's more like people were getting scared off of property and stuff like that. But they could have made a more serious murder show, and they didn't do it very well. Subjectively, a 1. There's good luck beating it any other show.
Don't wish
Not
luck.
even a
Don't do that.
0.5.
Well, objective. This is kind of tough, but I think I got it nailed down by the end. The animation gives it some points. I agree with Sinister that the voice acting wasn't bad. I think it was average. I wasn't really sold on much other than that. And before I move on, I forgot one more subjective point I was going to make. Since Sinister brought up the race swapping, I'll bring up my little point on it because I didn't earlier. And I've had time to sit on how to say it appropriately. So, to me, in the topic of race swapping, it usually irritates me. So there can be exceptions, like Nick Fury and stuff. But overall, it usually bugs me because part of a character's identity isn't just their characteristics, it's their appearance as well. Because you could list every attribute of this Velma, and you would try to think of some villain from a different property. You would not think of Velma Dinkley. But if you get these traits and this version of Velma, you're like, okay, it's Velma. So the visual is very important. You can have Dr. Eggman without his mustache. It's just some fat dude with goggles. So physical attributes of an individual is important to its recognizability. So it bugs me when they do that generally. And I'll leave it at that. Back to the objective stuff. The plot with Velma's mom, weak sauce. Velma's drive for it was present, but like I said, a lot of it was just handed to her. She didn't really do much mystery solving. And Daphne's stuff with her real parents was probably the best plot line in this, and even then, it's very surface level. And once she actually talks to them and stuff, it turns to not good. In terms of all the characters, they are all unlikable except I liked Gigi. She was consistent in the way she treated Velma and Norville. And Daphne would probably be my second because she wasn't unlikable in this to me. She had her moments like stabbing that person during the self-defense class and stuff. But overall, she wasn't annoying like Velma or Fred, Norville sometimes. So the characters overall were just not great. So covering all those bases, I'm giving it an objective 2 and a half. All right. And I will have Sprinks go next.
Oh boy. Well, let me not cover what's already been said. I'll start with objective. Animation looks good. Animation's fine. I like the art style. It looks better than Be Cool Scooby-Doo, or Scooby-Doo and Get a Clue, or Shaggy and Scooby-Doo Get a Clue, in my opinion. So I think the animation flows. It's not really choppy. It's not like lower frame rate or anything, that kind of thing. Voice acting, decent. I don't think anyone sounded really weird or off. Everyone seemed pretty consistent to match to the character shown. Let's see. The music, the background music, it wasn't present a lot, and I'm not talking about the chase scene of the classic in the back for episode 7, but just like the little bit of piano or little intense, I think, strains that were used at times was fine. It didn't seem off-putting like the music in Left Behind. Boy, what else can I talk about that? This is good. Every episode except episode 8 is linearly structured in editing, so that's fine. The camera shots and cinematography that was used for this animation is decent. Nothing really out of the blue or creatively different, except for the one that I pointed out that's just really dumb. And then episode 8's editing for the story just also not needed and dumb. I think that's about it. The writing, the writers hate television. I don't know what to really say. They hate television. They hate the characters.
They hate the audience.
They hate the audience. That you. I mean, Sinister brought it up. Like, who's this really targeted for? It's not for kids by how adult it is. But then the adults that it is targeted for who watch get targeted as a joke in the show itself with the 420 thing. So it makes fun of the people watching it. So it's just even more hate. It's so confusing what the writers are trying to sell through the show. And I think it's simply that, hey, we can take an IP and burn it. And you can see that we have the power to do so. And it can get greenlit and paid for and put out. And it works so much that we have a, greenlit season 2. That's a horrific thought of power in Hollywood, or just, how this show came about. I don't know the behind the scenes fully of it, but man, that's terrifying.
Look at the Halo show. Season 2 got greenlit before the pilot came out.
That's true. The Halo show too. It's just, wow. It's just to the source material, because every other iteration of any character of the Scooby Gang that you can think of, like Fred, every single iteration that has been shown through Pup Named Scooby-Doo and What's New Scooby-Doo and Be Cool and even the live-action films, the James Gunn ones, it's still Fred Jones in all of them. Sure, he slightly changes, but he's still the leader, trap maker, let's split up gang dude, and his character doesn't really change. In this show, Velma, every character has differed from their character themselves that have been shown since the 60s. It is such a turnaround of characters that it's not the characters anymore. It's just a name put on them, and it's just like, oh, coincidental that they all have names of the Scooby Gang, haha, but they're, trying to sell you that these are the characters of the Scooby Gang in this show. This is the Mystery Inc. And it should just be seen that these characters are not them. And nor do I think ever will be. But overall, objectively, I'm giving it a 3.5. It's bad. Think it could be worse. I think the animation could look worse. I think the pacing could be different to make it worse. But 3.5 is not a high bar. And subjectively, I'll use the words of writer in quote of adaptation in name only. So it gets a 1.5.
All right. That leaves one to tell all.
Yeah, well, I'm going to get my subjective out of the way here first, since it's usually the fast one. I had an interesting experience watching the show, as I think we did all of us. But I it. There's no easy way to say this. I never thought a show would actively try to convince me to be more misogynistic than this show. I was thoroughly impressed, and I don't consider myself misogynistic. I make occasionally the feminist jokes at my single mother, who I understand is very, very, a strong person in my life. I say them to get under her skin. I don't mean them. But this show is trying to convince me that I should mean them in, like, the worst way fucking possible. And that's all I'll say on the politics of this, because that's really all the show tries to say about it. It's very one-sided. It's very brutal in that way. The humor isn't funny. Overall, it's just disastrous. Oh, what else is there for subjective for me to say? It's not good. Unsurprisingly, this is going to be a 1. It's infuriating is what it is. And to be infuriated while watching a show, I'll even use the word triggered, as, they intend that it's supposed to be like, poke fun at me or whatever for getting triggered over this. Like, yeah, I'm a little pissed, because while my Scooby-Doo experience is limited compared to the rest of you, I still have a very, very fond love of them. And this is adaptation in name only. I feel like they use the IP to simply make a show that they wanted. And the only way they were going to get the show they wanted is if they used an IP and burn it along the way. It's insulting. It's horrible. It's not good. Objectively, removing all of that, specifically focusing on the writing, the plot's very basic, but it heavily relies on convenience. Everything falls into Velma's hands, and she doesn't any groundwork she does, it's either reversed or it has nothing to stand on. There's no foundation for whatever groundwork she does for the investigation. The mystery itself, also dumb. We discussed the motivations. It's really flimsy. It's very weak. Which we could forgive if they made us care about the characters, because in the classics, I remember some of the villains' motivations. They were pretty flimsy and they were pretty weak. But we had a core group of characters that we loved, which held us together, because good characters can carry your fucking show, no matter how weak your plot is and no matter how weak your world building is. And I'll use this to transition into the world building. There's not really much. I don't understand how the world works. Physics is broken from one scene to the next. Characters are capable of teleporting through the mist. Again, I can forgive this in a classic show because the characters are at least endearing. I'd still remove objective points for it, but as I would do here, it's just infuriating to the degree of which hate of its own source material. And that comes through on the world building level and the plot level when they're trying to do what is classical, sometimes what is a classical, like, plot from the original show, and it doesn't work. It hurts, The characters, I'm just gonna focus on the main 4. I'm gonna make 5. I'm gonna include Gigi because I have something positive to say. I'm gonna order this from best to worst. So I agree with Crimson's assessment in Gigi. Gigi is an endearing character because she feels like the most real person. And if that's your bar for getting your audience into your show, you have fucked up as a writer. And you need to be retaught the basics of what you're doing.
Sorry to interrupt, but Gigi is an original character to this, correct?
I'm pretty sure.
She's not in any past Scooby-Doo properties.
Yeah, as far as I can tell.
As far as I know, yeah.
Original.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, yeah, she's an original character. She is the only one to kind of bring other characters back to sense of some reality throughout the show. And it's part of the reason why she is part of the reason why Norval isn't lower on this list than where he is. She is probably the most consistent, and she's probably the most likable character in terms of basic understanding of what she is to the plot. And she doesn't have really what I would say a character arc, other than just having to deal with the gang. Her arc is essentially just getting a tolerance for everyone. May as well be. Next on this list is probably going to be, going one more down, is probably going to be Daphne, again, like Crimson. Daphne had some things going for her. There is a foundation for her character, even if I think it's botched in some places. I think the execution doesn't land very well, with her screaming, "I'm not vulnerable," as she stabs someone in the leg who was going to pretty much beat her in the tournament. That is an indication of where her character psyche is, and could have been used, if they extrapolated it out to a whole, that could have been used to a great effect, both comedically and given us a deeper meaning for her story of how insecure she feels about just herself and why she likes Velma, because Velma is possessive of her and she kind of wants that. So there is something to work with here when it comes in terms of Daphne. That being said, the reason she's not higher is because she has some issues as well. The writers overtake the character occasionally and turn her in ways that don't fit with that foundation that we've been given. Next on the list down is going to be Norval. Norval's a mixed bag, and I say that very heavily because there are times where he's the most sensible character on screen, and there are times where he's the most unlikable character on screen. And it does have very much to do with who he's currently with. Whenever he's with Velma, you get a growing headache, and you see the worst of Norval. But most of the time, he does try to be a good friend to Velma. And then there's Gigi, who kind of brings a more sensible side of him. He nearly got, I think, a decent arc when he was with Gigi instead of Velma. Because there really wasn't much for him to do with Velma other than be ignored or be a good friend, because Velma doesn't understand either. Then we have Fred, who is second to last here from the gang. He is dumb. He is stupid. There's really no other way to describe his character. It would be character assassination if I were including his adaptation. But there are times where he can be really, really briefly intelligent when it comes to very specific subjects, like with ranking hot girls, or when he gets serious for a brief moment considering murdering his parents or things like that. There is something there that is there essentially for a joke. There's nothing. It's an empty head, pretty much. And I don't. The best way to describe him is just he's stupid. There's really not much more to say to him, which leaves us finally with Velma, our main protagonist. Sorry, you're going to say something, Springs?
No, I just said shocker that Velma's the bottom of the list.
Yeah. Velma is a villain. Like, archetypal. I don't know how to describe her any other way. She has villainous traits, and that's what is the core. That is at the core of her character. The lessons she learns are unlearned within episodes. She learns to accept people for who they are in one episode, and then completely ignores her friends in the next, so-called air quotes. If this were a different IP and a different story, this would be a villain origin story, and I don't mean that as a meme. Velma is an extremely dislikable character. She's abrasive. The people who like the show call her a truth teller. No, is all I have to say in response to that, because she gets things wrong all the time, it's part of her character that she's so arrogant. She doesn't see past the fact that Fred could be innocent because he's a white rich guy. And it's abysmal characterization. And I say this as someone who actually Velma's typically one of my favorite characters in the gang, if not my favorite character of the gang. So to get my perception of her 180 and to see her as the worst human being I've ever seen put to screen, or at least one of them. She may not be going out and genociding people, but the way she treats people is abysmal. We've mentioned before, like, we wouldn't want our children to ever interact with someone like this. We would not want to interact with someone like this. And this is the main character of your show, who you claim to be the main heroine, who is supposed to be going around and doing things for good people. And she is contemplating stealing from her best friend just because she can and she needs money. It was very infuriating and very frustrating. That being, and the character work for Velma specifically eats itself. I can't say the same for the others as easily because I haven't rewatched the show and I have no plans to rewatch it. I'm labeling this as a 1, and if for any other reason I go back to watch the show, that might be adjusted higher. But in terms of writing, there's nothing here. The comedy doesn't work. The drama doesn't work. The dialogue is asinine at best. And the show made me smirk maybe twice. And I think I thought only one joke out of this adult comedy show was competently written. And I don't think it was the fault of the writers. I think they just stumbled onto it accidentally as potentially a very deep and meaningful reference. This show is pathetic, and I never want to come back. So, objectively a 1.
All right. This definitely belonged in this season of bad products.
Absolutely.
Yikes.
Earned its fucking place.
I'm so glad the season's almost done.
This is going to be a fun recap. I'm excited for this recap.
I'm gonna enjoy the recap because it's just us. You know?
Going to be a good one. I guess if no one else has anything to say, we'll go to the sign off.
I have one thing to say.
Okay.
Thank you so much for listening. I mean, just overall to audience, listening on the podcast wherever you are or on YouTube. Recommendation for you. In case you didn't know about Mystery Incorporated on YouTube that we've covered back, I think it was episode 9, and you didn't know what it was, please go watch it. Please go watch a good Scooby-Doo creative property that's taken into something that can be turned good. Yeah. It's very good compared to this especially, and it's just recommendation. Thank you.
Made by legitimate fans of Scooby-Doo, and they
people who don't hate it.
Yeah, people who are actually fans. Yeah.
Yeah, they worked really hard, and it shows very, 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 very much.
Yeah.
They have a GoFundMe or a Kickstarter for episode 2.
Yeah. I would also recommend, if you want a catharsis to recover from the show, first of all, if you watch this show, I'm sorry. Second off, if you have stayed through our podcast, I'm very, very happy you did. But I have a recommendation for you that you'll feel catharsis if you have seen the show. I recommend Avocado Animation's Velma meets original Velma. It is it is nice. It is quite a release.
Yeah, it's quality stuff.
It's very short. It's only 3 minutes, and you know what? Made me feel infinitely better watching it after this show.
Yeah.
And if that, I will read us out, gentlemen.
All right, go for it.
All right. As always, audience, you can find us on Spotify, Anchor, Pocket Cast, Amazon, Google Pods, and Castbox, and Pocket Cast. Did I get them all? I think I got them all.
Samsung?
And Samsung. And we always, as always, just feel free to, comment and leave us messages. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you like them. Ask us questions. We'd be happy to answer them and recaps and stuff like that. All interaction is welcome. And as always, you can, check out our visual medium on YouTube. We got our PNGs, tubers, as Springs brought up. And we got a comment section there as well. As always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
I'm a character called Sinister Boy.
And I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.
Goodbye.